Chapter 1 of Four Girls at Chautauqua. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Four Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 1. Introduced. Eurie Mitchell shut the door with a bang and ran up the stairs 2 steps at a time. She nearly always banged doors, and was always in a hurry. She tapped firmly at the door just at the head of the stairs. Then she pushed it open and entered. "Are you going?" she said, and her face was all in a glow of excitement and pleasure. The young lady to whom she spoke measured the velvet to see if it was long enough for the hat she was binding, raised her eyes for just an instant to the eager face before her, and said, "Good morning." "Ruth Erskine, what are you trimming your hat for? Didn't it suit? Say, are you going? Why in the world don't you tell me? I have been half wild all the morning." Ruth Erskine smiled. "Which question shall I answer first? What a perfect interrogation point you are, Eurie. My hats never suit, you know. This one was worse than usual. This velvet is a pretty shade, isn't it? Am I going to Chautauqua, do you mean? I am sure I don't know. I haven't thought much about it. Do you really suppose it will be worth while?" Eurie stamped her foot impatiently. "How provoking you are! Haven't thought of it, and here I have been talking and coaxing all the morning. Father thinks it is a wild scheme, of course, and sees no sense in spending so much money; but I'm going for all that. I don't have a frolic once in an age, and have set my heart on this. Just think of living in the woods for 2 whole weeks! Camping out and doing all sorts of wild things. I'm just delighted." Miss Erskine sewed thoughtfully for some seconds, then she said: "Why, there is nothing in the world to hinder my going if I want to. As to the money, I suppose one could hardly spend as much there as at Long Branch or Saratoga, and of course I should go somewhere. But the point is, what do I want to go for?" "Why, just to be together, and be in the woods, and live in a tent, and do nothing civilized for a fortnight. It is the nicest idea that ever was." "And should we go to the meetings?" Miss Erskine asked, still speaking thoughtfully, and as if she were undecided. "Why, yes, of course, now and then; though for that matter I suppose father is right enough when he says that precious few people go for the sake of the meetings. He says it is a grand jollification with a bit of religion for the background. But for that matter the less religion they have the better, and so I told him." At this point there was a faint little knock at the door, and Eurie sprang to open it, saying as she went, "That is Flossy, I know. She always gives just such little pussy knocks as that." The little lady who entered fitted her name perfectly. She was small and fair, blue eyed, flossy yellow curls lying on her shoulders, her voice was small and sweet, almost too sweet or too soft, that sort of voice that could change when slight occasion offered into a whine or positive tearfulness. She was greeted with great glee by Eurie, and in her more quiet way by Miss Erskine. "I'm going," she said, with a soft little laugh, and she sank down among the cushions of the sofa, while her white morning dress floated around her like a cloud. "Charlie thinks it is silly, and Kit thinks it is sillier, and Mama thinks it is the very silliest thing I ever did yet; but for all that I'm going; that is, if the rest of you are." Which, by the way, was always this little Flossy's manner of speech. She was going to do or not to do, speak or keep silent, approve or condemn, exactly as the mind which was for the time being nearest to her chose to sway her. "Good!" said Eurie, softly clapping her hands. "I didn't think it of you, Flossy. I thought you were too much of a mouse. Now, Ruth, you will go, won't you? As for Marion, there is no knowing whether she will go or not. I don't see how she can afford it myself, any more than I can; but of course that is her own concern. We can go anyway, whether she does or not; only I don't want to, I want her along. Suppose we all go down and see her; it is Saturday, she will be at home, and then we can begin to make our preparations. It is really quite time we are sure of what we are going to do." By dint of much coaxing and argument, Ruth was prevailed upon to leave her fascinating brown hat with its brown velvet trimmings, and in the course of the next half hour the trio were on their way down Park Street, intent on a call on Miss Marion Wilbur. Park Street was a simple, quiet, unpretending street, narrow and short. The houses were two-storied and severely plain. In one of the plainest of these, wearing an unmistakable boarding-house look, in a back room on the second floor, the object of their search, in a dark calico dress, with her sleeves rolled above her elbows, had her hands immersed in a washbowl of suds, and was doing up linen collars. She was one of those miserable creatures in this weary world, a teacher in a graded school, and her one day of rest was filled with all sorts of washing, ironing, and mending work, until she had fairly come to groan over the prospect of Saturday because of the burden of work which it brought. She welcomed her callers without taking her hands from the suds. She was as quiet in her way as Ruth Erskine was in hers. This time it was Flossy who asked the important question: "Are you going?" Marion answered as promptly as though the question had been decided for a week. "Yes, certainly I am going. I thought I told you that when we talked it over before. I am washing out my callers to have them ready. Ruth, are you going to take a trunk?" Ruth roused herself from the contemplation of her brown gloves to say with a little start: "How you girls do rush things! Why, I haven't decided yet that I am going." "Oh, you'll go," Marion Wilbur said. "The question is, are we to take trunks, or rather, are you to? Because I know I shall not. I'm going to wear my black suit. Put it on Tuesday morning, or Monday is it that we start? And wear it until we return. I may take it off, to be sure, while I sleep, but even that is uncertain, as we may not get a place to sleep in. But for once in my life I am not going to be bored with baggage." "I shall take mine," Ruth Erskine said with determination. "I don't intend to be bored by being without baggage. It is horrid, I think, to go away with only one dress, and feel obliged to wear it whether it is suited to the weather or not, or whatever happens to it. Eurie, what are you laughing at?" "I am interested in the phenomena of Marion Wilbur being the first to introduce the dress question. I venture to say that not one of us has thought of that phase of the matter up to this present moment." While the talk went on the collars and cuffs were carefully washed and rinsed, and presently Marion, with her hands only a trifle pinker for the operation, was ready to lean against a chair and discuss ways and means. Her long apprenticeship in school rooms had given her the habit of standing instead of sitting, even when there was no occasion for the former. If these four young ladies had been creatures of the brain, gotten up expressly for the purpose of illustrating extremes of character, instead of being flesh and blood creations, I doubt whether they could have better illustrated the different types of young ladyhood. There was Ruth Erskine, dwelling in solitary grandeur in her royal home, as American royalty goes, the sole daughter, the sole child indeed of the house, a girl who had no idea of life except as a place in which to have a serenely good time, and teach everybody to do as she desired them to. Money was a commonplace matter of course article, neither to be particularly prized nor despised. It was convenient, of course, and must be an annoyance when one had to do without it; but of that, by practical experience, she knew nothing. Yet Ruth was by no means a pink and white girl without character; on the contrary, she had plenty of character, but hitherto it had been frittered away on nothings, until it looked as much like nothing as it could. She was the sort of person whom education and circumstances of the right sort would have developed into splendor, but the development had not taken place. Now you are not to suppose that she was uneducated; that would be a libel on Madame La Font and her fashionable seminary. She had graduated with honor, taken the first prizes in everything. She knew all about seminaries. So do I; and if you do, you are ready to admit that the development had not come. There is constantly occurring something to take back. While I write I have in mind an institution, where the earnest desire sought after and prayed for is the higher development, not alone of the intellect, but of the heart; where the wonderful woman who is at its head said to me a few years ago, "If a lady has spent 3 years under my care and graduated, and gone out from me not a Christian, I feel like going down on my knees in bitterness of soul and crying, 'Lord, I have failed in the trust thou didst give me.' But the very fact that the word 'wonderful' fits that woman's name is proof enough that such institutions as hers are rare, and it was not at that seminary that Ruth Erskine graduated. She was spending her life in elegant pursuits that meant nothing, those of them which did not mean worse than nothing, and the only difference between her and 100 others around her was that she knew perfectly well that they all amounted to nothing, and didn't hesitate to say so, therefore she earned the title of queer. At the same time she did not hesitate to lead the whirl around this continuous nothing, therefore she occupied that perilous position of being liked and admired and envied, all in one. Very few people loved her, and queerly enough she knew that too, and instead of resenting it, realized that she could not see why they should. She was, moreover, remarkably careful as to her leading after all, and those who followed were sure of being led in an eminently respectable and fashionable way. Her most intimate friend was Eurie Mitchell, which was not strange when one considered what remarkable opposites in character they were. Eureka J. Mitchell was the respectable sounding name that the young lady bore, but the full name would have sounded utterly strange to her ears, the wild little word Eurie seeming to have been made on purpose for her. She was the eldest daughter of a large, good-natured, hard-working, much bewildered family. They never knew just where they belonged. They went to the First Church, which for itself should have settled their position, since it was the opinion of most of its members that it was organized especially that the First families might have a church home. But they occupied a very front seat, by reason of their inability to pay for a middle one, which was bad for position, as First Church gentility went. What was surprising to them was how they ever happened to have the money to pay for that seat. But, let me record it to their honor, they always happened to have it. They were honest. They ought to have been called the Happen family, by reason of their inability to tell how much or how little they might happen to have to live on, whether they could afford 3 new dresses apiece, or none at all. The fact being that it depended on the amount of sickness there was in Dr. Mitchell's beat, whether there were to be luxuries or simple bare necessities, with some wonderment as to how even those were to be paid. Eurie was the most light-hearted and indifferent of this free and easy family, who always had roast turkey when it was to be had, and who could laugh and chat merrily over warmed-up meat and johnny cake, or even no meat at all, when such days came. How she ever came to think that she could go to Chautauqua was a matter of surprise to herself, but it happened to have been a sickly summer among the wealthy people, and large bills had come in; the next thing was to spend them. Chautauqua was a silly place to do it in, to be sure; that was Dr. Mitchell's idea, and the family laughed together over Eurie's last wild notion; but for all that they good-naturedly prepared to let her carry it out. Just how full of fun and mischief and actual wildness Eurie was, a 2-week sojourn at Chautauqua will be likely to develop, for before that conversation at Marion's was concluded they decided that they were really going. Why Marion went, puzzled the girls very much, puzzled herself somewhat. She was her own mistress, had neither father to direct nor sister to consult. She had an uncle and aunt who lived where she called home, and with whom she spent her vacations, but they were the poorest of hard-working country people, who stood in awe of Marion and her education, and by no means ventured to interfere with her plans. Marion was as independent in her way as Ruth was in hers, but they were very different ways. Ruth, for instance, indulged her independence in the matter of dress, by spending a small fortune in looking elegantly unlike everybody else, and straightway created a frantic desire in her set to look as nearly like her as possible. But no one cared to look like Marion, in her severely plain black or brown suits, with almost and sometimes quite no trimmings at all on them. It was agreed that she looked remarkably well, but so unlike any one else they didn't see how she could bring herself to dressing so. She laughed when this was hinted to her, and got what comfort she could out of the fact that she was considered odd. In a certain way she ruled them all, Ruth Erskine included, though that young lady never suspected it. The queerest one of this company was little Flossy Shipley. Queer to be found in just such company, I mean. She was the petted darling of a wealthy home, a younger daughter, a baby in their eyes, to be loved and cherished, and allowed to have her own sweet and precious way, even when it included such a strange proceeding as a 2 weeks in the woods, all because that strange girl in the Ward school that Flossy had taken such an unaccountable fancy for was going. This family were First Church people, too, and capable of buying a seat very near the center, in fact but a few removes from the Erskine pew, which was, of course, the wealthy one of the church. The Shipley pew was rarely honored by all the members of the family, and indeed the pastor had no special cause for alarm if several Sundays went by without an appearance from one of them. A variety of trifles might happen to cause such a state of things, from which you will infer that they were not a church-going family. Another strange representative for Chautauqua. Now, how did these 4 girls come to be friends? Oh, dreadful! You don't expect me to be able to account for human friendships, I hope, especially for schoolgirl friendships? There is no known rule that will apply to such idiosyncrasies. They had been in school together; even Marion Wilbur, with the indomitable energy which characterized her, had managed one term of Madame Lafonte's enormous bills, and with the close of the term found herself strangely enough drawn into this strange medley of character that moved in such different circles, and yet called themselves friends. You are to understand that though the same church received these girls on Sunday, yet the actual circle in which their lives whirled was as unlike as possible. The Erskines were the cream, cultured, traveled, wealthy, aristocratic as to blood and as to manners, literary in the sense that they bought rare books, and knew why they were rare. The Mitchells had a calling acquaintance with their family because Dr. Mitchell was their chosen physician, but that came to pass through an accident, and not many of the doctor's patrons were of just the same stamp. This family never went to the Erskine entertainments, never were invited to go to the other entertainments starting from the same circle, yet they had their friends and many of them. The Shipleys were free and easy, cordial, social, friendly people, who bought many books and pictures, and were prominent in fairs and festivals, and were popular everywhere, but were not, after all, of the Erskine stamp. Finally came Marion, alone, no position anywhere, save as she ruled in the most difficult room in the most difficult ward in the city. A worker, known to be such; a manager, recognized as one who could make incongruous elements meet and marshal into working order. In that capacity she found her place even in the First Church, for they had fairs and festivals, and oyster suppers, and other trials even in the First Church. And there was much work to be done, and Marion Wilbur could work. And these 4 girls were going to Chautauqua, were to start on Monday morning, August 2, 1875. End of chapter 1. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 2 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 2. The Question Discussed. Reverend Dr. Dennis and Reverend Mr. Harrison met just at the corner of Howard and Clinton Streets, and stopped for a chat. Dr. Dennis was the pastor of the First Church, and Mr. Harrison was pastor of the Fourth, and some of the sheep belonging to these respective flocks supposed the 2 churches to be rivals, but the pastors thereof never thought such a thing. On the contrary, they were always getting up excuses for coming in contact with each other, and woe to the work that was waiting for each when they chanced to meet of a morning on some shady corner. "You are to be represented, I hear, at the coming assembly," said Mr. Harrison, as they shook hands in that hearty way which says, as plainly as words, "How very glad I am to see you." Dr. Dennis shrugged his shoulders. "Such a representation," he said. "If the entire congregation had been canvassed, it would have been impossible to have made more curious selections. I do wish we could have some real workers from the different churches." Miss Erskine isn't a member of the church, is she?" "None of them are members, nor Christians; nor have they an atom of interest in any such matters. They are going for pure fun, and nothing else." "Now, perhaps they will happily disappoint you by coming back with a wholesome interest aroused in Sunday school work, and will really go into the work for themselves." "I don't want them," Dr. Dennis said, stoutly. "I wouldn't give a dime for 100 such workers. They are an injury to the cause. I want Sunday school workers who have a personal, vital sense of the worth of souls, and a consuming desire to see them converted. All other Sunday school teaching is aimless." Mr. Harrison looked thoughtful. "We haven't many such, I am afraid," he said gravely, "but I agree with you in thinking that they should at least be Christians. Still, I suppose that it is not impossible that some one of these ladies may be converted." "Not at Chautauqua," Dr. Dennis said, as one who had looked into the matter and knew all about it. "I am not entirely in sympathy with that meeting, anyway; or, that is, I am and I am not all at once. I think it would be a great place for you and me. I haven't the least doubt but that we could be refreshed, bodily and mentally, and, for that matter, spiritually. If the whole world were converted I should vote for Chautauqua with a loud voice. But I am more than fearful as to the influence of such meetings on the masses, the unconverted world. They will go there for recreation. Their whole aim will be to have a glorious frolic away from the restraints of ordinary home life. They will have no interest in the meetings, no sympathy with the central thought that has drawn the workers together, and the tendency will be to frolic through it all. The truth is, there will be such a mixing of things that I actually fear the effect will be wholesale demoralization. At the same time I am interested in the idea, and am watching it with anxiety. Since I have heard of the delegation from my own church, I have been more convinced still of the evil influences. It makes me gloomy to think of the fruitful field such a place will be for the fertile brain of that little Eurie Mitchell. She is too wild now for civilized life. The four walls of the church and the sacred associations connected with the building serve to keep her only half controlled when she is actually attending Sabbath service. There will be nothing to control her in the woods, and she will lose what little reverence she possesses. I tell you, the more I think of it, the more certain I am that for such people these great religious jubilees, holding over the Sabbath, do harm." "You put it more gently than our friend Mr. Archer," Mr. Harrison said, smiling. "He is in a condition of absolute scorn. He gives none of them credit for honesty or genuine interest. He says it is a running away from work, a regular shirking of what they ought to be doing, and going off into the woods to have a good time, and, by way of gulling the public, they pretend to season it with religion." Dr. Dennis laughed. "That sounds precisely like him, and is quite as logical as one could expect, coming from that source," he said indifferently. "Why doesn't it occur to his dull brain, that thinks itself such a sharp one, that the leaders thereof are men responsible to no one save God and their own consciences for the way in which they spend their time? There is nothing earthly to hinder their going into the woods and staying 3 months if they please to do so." "Oh, but I have left out one of the important reasons for the meeting. It is to make money, a grand speculation whereby the fortunes of those same leaders are to be made at the expense of the poor victims whom they gather about them." Again Dr. Dennis's shoulders went upward in that peculiar but expressive shrug. "Of all the precarious and dangerous ways of making a fortune, I should think that went ahead," he said, still laughing. "What an idea, now! Shouldn't you suppose people with common sense would have some faint idea of the immense expenses to be involved in such an undertaking, and the tremendous risks to be run? If they succeed in meeting their expenses this year, I think they will have cause for rejoicing." "The point that puzzles me," Mr. Harrison said, "is what particular commandment they would be breaking if they should actually happen to have 25 cents to put in their pockets when the meeting closed; though, as you say, I doubt the probability. But they force no one to come. It is a matter for individual decision, and they render a fair equivalent for every cent of money spent; at least, if the spender thinks it is not a fair equivalent he is foolish to go. So why should they not make enough to justify them in giving their time to this work?" Of course," assented Dr. Dennis heartily. "They ought to. None but an idiot would think otherwise." It is to be presumed that both these gentlemen had gotten so far away from the name that was quoted as holding these views as to forget all about him, else they certainly would not have been guilty of calling a brother minister an idiot, however much his arguments might suggest the thought. "But," continued Dr. Dennis, "my trouble lies, as I said, in the results. I have no sort of doubt that great good will be done, and I have the same feeling of certainty that harm will be done. Take it in my own church. We are so situated, or we think ourselves so situated, that not a single one of the earnest, hearty workers who would come back to us with a blessing for themselves and us, is able to go. Instead, we have 4 representatives who will turn the whole thing into ridicule, and dish it up for the entertainment of their friends during the coming winter. That Miss Erskine seems to have a special talent for getting up Thursday evening entertainments, to invite our people who are supposed to be interested in the prayer meeting, but who rarely fail to make it convenient to go to the party. I imagine a bevy of them being entertained by Eurie Mitchell. She can do it, and she is looking forward to just that sort of thing, for I heard her rejoicing over it. That girl will be injured by Chautauqua. I know it as well as though I already saw it, and the question with me is, whether the amount of evil done will not overbalance the good. At the same time I am inconsistent enough to wish with all my heart that I could be there." "What about Miss Shipley? Perhaps relief will come to you from that quarter." Those shoulders again. "She is nothing in the world but a little pink feather, and she blows precisely in the direction of the strongest current, and Satan looks out for her with untiring patience that the wind shall blow in the exact direction where it can do her the most harm. Going to Chautauqua with the influences that will surround her, with Miss Erskine and Miss Wilbur on the one side, and Eurie Mitchell on the other, will be the very best thing that Satan can do next for her, and he doubtless knows it." "I do not know Miss Wilbur at all. Is she also one of your flock?" Dr. Dennis's face was dark and sad. "She is an infidel," he said decidedly. "She does not call herself such, she wouldn't like to be known as such, because it would be likely to affect her position in the school. But the name is rightly hers, and she would do less harm in the world if she owned it." "It is an extraordinary representation, I declare," Mr. Harrison said, a little startled. "I have been half inclined to be envious of you, because you were to hear so directly from the meeting, but I believe on the whole I shall be quite as well off without any delegates as you will with them." "Better, decidedly. I am distressed at the whole thing. It will result disastrously for them all, you mark my words." And having settled the affairs at Chautauqua, apparently beyond all repeal, the brethren shook hands again and went to their studies. Meantime the express train was giving occasional premonitory snorts, and the 4 young ladies who had been so thoroughly discussed were in various stages of unrest, waiting for the moment of departure. A looker on would have been able to come to marked conclusions concerning the different characters of these young ladies, simply from their manner of dress. Flossy Shipley was the one to look at first. That was a very good description of her usual style, something to look at. She had chosen for her traveling dress a pale lavender cashmere, of that delightful shade that resents a drop of water as promptly as a drop of oil. It was trimmed with a contrasting shade of silk, and trimmed profusely. Yards of gathered trimming, headed by yards of flat pleating, and that in turn headed by yards of folds. The dainty sack and hat, and the 4 buttoned gloves, were as faultless as to fit and as delicate in color as the dress. In short, Miss Flossy looked as though she might be ready for an evening concert. Moreover, she felt as if she were, or at least she had an uncomfortable consciousness as to clothes. She kept a nervous lookout for the lower flounce whenever the crowd of people surged her way, and brushed vigorously at the arm of the seat she had chosen ere she dared to rest her arm on it. Evidently she had given herself over to the martyrdom of thinking of and caring for clothes during this journey, and I don't know whether there is a greater martyrdom made out of a trifle than that. It was one of Flossy's besetting sins, this arraying herself in glory, and making wrinkles in her face in the vain attempt to keep so. Not that she was particularly anxious to save the wear and tear, only she hated to look spotted and wrinkled, and she could never seem to learn the simple lesson of wearing the things best suited to the occasion. Standing near her, toying carelessly with her traveling fan, and looking as though the thought of dress was something that had passed utterly by her, was Miss Erskine. She looked like one of those ladies whom gentlemen in their wisdom are always selecting, pointing them out as models. So tasteful and appropriate, and withal so simple in their dress. Let me tell you about her dress. It was a plain dark brown, precisely the shade of brown that the fashion of the season required. It was of a soft, lusterless silk. It was very simply made, almost severely plain, as Miss Erskine knew became a traveler. In fact, elegant simplicity marked her entire toilet, everything matched, everything was fresh and spotless, and arranged with an eye to remaining so. I am willing to concede that she was faultlessly dressed, and it was a real pleasure to see her thus. But I am also anxious to have the gentlemen understand that that same simple attire represented more money than 2 wardrobes like Flossy Shipley's. It is often so with those delightfully plain and simple dresses that attract so many people. In fact, it might as well be admitted, since we are on that subject, that elegant simplicity is sometimes a very expensive article. Eurie Mitchell was neither particularly elegant nor noted for simplicity, yet her dress was not without character. We see enough of that sort to become familiar with what it means. Its language is simply a straightened purse, necessitating the putting together of shades that do not quite harmonize, and trimming in a way that will cover the most spots and take the least material. That was Eurie's dress. Skirt of one kind and overdress of another. A very economical fashion, and one not destined to last long because of its economy, and the fact that very elegant ladies rather curl their lips at it, and call it the patchwork style. Eurie from necessity rather than choice adopted it, and it was also her misfortune rather than her taste that the colors were too light to be really according to the mode. Her gloves were of an entirely different shade from the rest of the attire, and were mended with a shade of silk that did not quite match. Altogether, Eurie's dress did not suit Miss Erskine; but, for that matter, neither did it suit herself, with this difference, that it was, after all, a matter of minor importance to her. Miss Wilbur's dress can be disposed of in a single sentence. It was a black alpaca skirt, not too long, and severely plain, covered to within 3 inches with a plain brown linen polonaise. Her black hat with a band of velvet about it, fastened by a single heavy knot, and her somewhat worn black gloves completed her toilet, and she looked every inch a lady. The very people who would have curled their aristocratic lips at Eurie's attempt at style, turned and gave Miss Wilbur a second thoughtful, respectful look. There was a Mr. Wayne who deserves attention. He possessed himself of Miss Erskine's fan, and played with it carelessly while he said: "You are a queer set. What are you all going off there for, to bury yourselves in the woods? I don't believe one of you has an idea what you are about; and it is the very height of the season, too." "That is the trouble," Miss Erskine said, with a little toss of her handsome head. "We are sick of the season, and want to get away from it. I want something new. That is precisely what I am going for." "I have no doubt you will find it," and the gentleman gave a disdainful shrug to his shoulders. "Out in the backwoods attending a hallelujah meeting. I am sure I envy you." "You don't know what we will find," Eurie Mitchell said, with a defiant air, "nor what may happen to us before we return. We may meet our destinies. I have no doubt they are lurking for us behind some of the trees. Just you meet the evening train of Wednesday, 2 weeks hence, and see if you can not discover the finger of fate having been busy with us. Wonderful things can happen in 2 weeks." Just then the train gave its last warning howl, and Mr. Wayne made rapid good byes, a trifle more lingering in the case of Miss Erskine than the others, and with that prophetic sentence still ringing in his ears he departed. And the 4 girls were actually en route for Chautauqua. CHAPTER III. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 3 of Four Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Four Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 3, Entering the Current. It is a queer thought, not to say a startling one, what very trifles about us are constantly giving object lessons on our characters. Those four girls, as they arranged themselves in the cars for their all-day journey, conveyed four different impressions to the critical looker-on. In the first place they each selected and took possession of an entire seat, though the cars were filling rapidly, and many an anxious woman and heavily laden man looked reproachfully at them. They took these whole seats from entirely different standpoints. Miss Erskine because she was a finished and selfish traveler, and although she did not belong to that absolutely unendurable class, who occupy room that is not theirs until a conductor interferes, she yet regularly appropriated and kept the extra seat engaged with her flounces until she was asked outright to vacate it by one more determined than the rest. She hated company and avoided it when possible. Flossy Shipley was willing, nay ready, to give up her extra seat the moment a person of the right sort appeared; not simply a cleanly, respectable individual, they might pass by the dozens, but one who attracted her, who was elegantly dressed and stylish looking. Flossy would endure being crowded if only the person who did it was stylish. Miss Wilbur was indifferent to the whole race of human beings. She cared as little as possible whether a well-dressed lady stood or sat; so far as she was concerned they were apt to do the former. She neither frowned nor smiled when the time came that she was obliged to move; she simply moved, with as unconcerned and indifferent a face as she had worn all the day. As for Eurie Mitchell, she took an entire seat, as she did most other things, from pure heedlessness. Any one was welcome who wanted to sit with her, and whether it was a servant girl or a princess was a matter of no moment. These various shades of feeling were nearly as fully expressed in their faces as though they had spoken, and yet they did not in the least comprehend their own actions. This is only an illustration. It was so in 100 little nothings during the day. Not a window was raised or closed for their benefit, not a turn of a blind made, that a close student of human nature could not have seen the distinct and ruling differences in their temperaments, no matter from what point of the compass they started. In the course of time they reached East Buffalo. "Now for our dinners," Eurie said, as the whistle shrieked a warning that the station was being neared. "What are we going to do?" "We are going to eat them, I presume, as usual," Miss Erskine said in her most indifferent tone. I should explain that long before this the girls had grown weary of the separate seats, and by dint of much planning and the good-natured removal of two fellow passengers to other seats had accomplished an arrangement that would naturally have been enjoyed from the beginning, that of a turned seat and being their own seatmates. "But I mean," Eurie said, in nowise quenched by what was a common enough manner in Miss Erskine, "are we to get a lunch, or are we to go in to a regular dinner?" "If you mean what I am going to do, I shall most assuredly have a regular dinner, as you call it. I have no fancy for eating things thrown together in a bag." "The bag will be the most economical process for all that," Eurie said, laughing at Miss Erskine's disdainful face. "I presume very likely; but as I did not start on this trip for the purpose of studying social economy, I shall vote for the dinner." "And I shall take to the bag method," Eurie said decidedly. Opposition always decided her. So it did Flossy, though in a different way; she was sure to side with the stronger party. "It would be pleasanter for us all to keep together," she began in a doubtful tone, looking first at Miss Erskine and then at Eurie. "But since, according to Eurie's and my decided differences, it is impossible for us to do the better thing, which of the two worse things are you going to do?" This Miss Erskine said with utmost good nature, but with utmost determination; as much as it would have taken to carry out a good idea in the face of opposition. "Oh, I think I'll go with you." Flossy said it hastily as if she feared that she might appear foolish in the eyes of this young lady by having fancied anything else. "Very well, then it remains for Marion to choose her company," Eurie said composedly. Marion held up a paper bundle. "It is already chosen," she said promptly. "It is a slice of bread and butter, with a very thin slice of fat ham which I never eat, and a greasy doughnut, the whole done up in a brown paper. This is decidedly an improvement on the bag dinner which you think of going after, in an economical point of view; and as I am a student of social and all other sorts of economy, not only on this trip but on every other trip of mine in this mortal life, I recommend it to you. At least I would have done so if you had asked me this morning before you left home." Eurie made a grimace. "I might have brought a splendid lunch from home if I had only thought of such a thing," she said regretfully. "My thoughts always come afterward." "And it is quite the mode to take lunches with you when they are elegantly put up," Flossy said regretfully, as she prepared to follow Ruth. "I wonder we never thought of it." This last remark of Flossy's set the two girls left behind into a hearty laugh. "Do you suppose that when Flossy has to die she will be troubled lest it may not be the fashion for young ladies to die that season?" Eurie said, looking after the pretty little doll as she gathered her skirts about her anxiously, for, whatever other qualifications East Buffalo may have, cleanliness is not one of them. "No," Marion answered gravely, "not the least danger of it, because it happens to be the fashion for ladies to die at all seasons. It is the one thing that never seems to go out. I am heartily glad that we have one thing that remains absolute in this fashionable world." Eurie looked at her thoughtfully. "Marion, one would think you were religious, sometimes," she said gravely. "You make such strange remarks." Marion laughed immoderately. "You ridiculous little infidel," she said, as soon as she could speak. "You do not even know enough about religion to detect the difference between goodness and wickedness. Why, that was one of my wickedest remarks, and here you are mistaking it for goodness. My dear child, run and get your paper bag before it's time to go; or will you have my slice of ham and half this doughnut? The bread and butter I want myself." The freshness and novelty of this journey wore away before the long summer afternoon began to wane. The cars were crowded and uncomfortable, and the cinders flew about in as trying a way as cinders can. None of the girls had the least idea where they were going. They knew in a general way that there must be such a place as Chautauqua Lake, as the papers they chanced to come in contact with had been full of the delights of that region for many months; and, indeed, a young man, earnest, enthusiastic, and sensible, who stopped overnight at Dr. Mitchell's, and had been a delighted guest at the Chautauqua Assembly a year before, had sown the first seeds that resulted in this trip. He, of course, could tell the exact route and the necessary steps to be taken; but it had been no part of Eurie's wisdom to ask about the journey thither. She knew how many boats were on the lake, and what kind of fish could be caught in it, but the most direct way to reach it was a minor matter. So there they were, simply blundering along, in the belief that the railroad officials knew their business, and would get them somewhere sometime. As the day waned, and the road became more unknown to them, and their weariness grew upon them, they fell to indulging in those stale jokes that young ladies will perpetrate when they don't know what else to do. As they declared, with much laughter, and many smart ways of saying it, that Chautauqua was a myth of Eurie's brain, or that she had been the dupe of a fine young theological student who had chanced her way, and that the search for paradise would come to naught, perhaps it was not all joking; for, as the hours passed and they journeyed on, hearing nothing about the place of which for the last few weeks they had thought so much, a queer feeling began to steal over them that there really was no such spot, and that they were all a set of idiots. "I thought we should have been there by this time, and regularly established at housekeeping," Marion said, as they picked up baskets and bundles and prepared to change cars. "And here we are making another change. This is the 3rd this afternoon, or is it the 13th? And who knows where Brockton is, or what it is? Is anybody sure that it is in this hemisphere? Eurie, you are certain that your theological student did not cross the Atlantic in order to reach his Elysium?" "Brockton is here," Eurie said, as they climbed the steps of the car. "I see the name on that building yonder. though whether here is America or Asia I am unable to say. I think we have come overland, but it is so long since we started I may have forgotten." But at this point they checked their nonsense and began to get up a new interest in existence. They were among a different class of people, earnest, eager people, who seemed to have no thought of yawns or weariness. Camp stools abounded, with here and there a bundle looking like quilts and pillows. Every lady had a waterproof and every man an umbrella, and the talk was of tents, and division meetings, and the morning boats, with stray words like Fairpoint and Mayville coming in every now and then. These two words the girls knew had to do with their hopes, so they began to feel revived. "I actually begin to think there is some foundation for Eurie's wild fancies after all," Marion whispered. "Or else this is another party of lunatics as wild as ourselves; but they are a large and respectable party. I'm rather hopeful." In 2 minutes more the railroad official who speaks in the unknown tongue yelped something at either door, and thereupon everybody got up and began to prepare for an exit. "Do you think he said Mayville?" questioned Eurie, with a shade of anxiety in her voice. She had been the leader of this scheme, and she felt just a trifle of responsibility. "Haven't the least idea," Marion said, composedly gathering her wrappings. "It sounded as much like any other word you happen to think of as it did like that; but everybody is going, and Flossy and I are determined to be in the fashion, so we go too." At the door dismay seized upon Flossy. A light drizzly rain was falling. Oh, the lavender suit! And her waterproof tucked away in her trunk, and everybody pushing and trying to pass her. "Never mind," Marion said, with utmost good nature. "Here is mine. I haven't any trunk, so it is handy; and it has rained on my old alpaca for ages. Can't hurt that, so wrap yourself up and come along, for I believe in my heart that this is Mayville." "This way to Mayville House," said the gentlemanly official, touching his hat as politely as though they had been princesses. Why can't hotel subordinates more often show a little common politeness? This act decided the location of these 4 girls in a twinkling. They knew nothing about any of the hotels, and, other things being equal, anybody would rather go to a place to which they had been decently invited than to be elbowed and yelled at and forced. Water and rest and tea did much to restore them to comfort, and as they discussed matters in their rooms afterward they assured each other that the Mayville House was just the place to stop at. A discussion was in progress as to the evening meeting. Miss Erskine had taken down her hair and donned a becoming wrapper, and reposed serenely in the rocking chair, offering no remark beyond the composed and decided, "I am not going over in the woods to night by any manner of means. That would be enough if I were actually one of the lunatics instead of a mild looker on." "I haven't the least idea of going either," Eurie said, sitting on a stool, balancing her stockinged feet against Ruth's rocker. "Not that I mind the rain, or that it wouldn't be fun enough if I were not so dead tired. But I tell you, girls, I have had to work like a soldier to get ready, and having the care of such a set as you have been all day has been too much for me. A religious meeting would just finish me. I'm going to save myself up for morning. You are a goosey to go, Marion. It is as dark as ink, and it is raining. What can you see to-night?" "I tell you I've got to go," Marion said, as she quietly unstrapped her shawl. "I earn my bread, as you are very well aware, by teaching school, but my butter, and a few such delicacies, I get by writing up folks and things. I've promised to give a melting account of this first meeting, and I have no idea of losing the chance. Flossy Shipley, you may wear my waterproof every minute if you will go with me. It is long enough to drag a quarter of a yard, and a raindrop cannot get near enough to think of you." "But it is so damp," shivered Flossy, looking drearily out into the night. "And so dark, Marion, I am afraid to go." "Plenty of people going. What is there to be afraid of? We go down from here in a carriage." "I wouldn't go, Flossy," chimed in a voice from the rocker and one from the ottoman. "It will be very damp there," pleaded Flossy, who did like to be accommodating. "You may have 10 thicknesses of my shawl to sit on," urged Marion. "Come now, Flossy Shipley, I didn't have the least idea of coaxing those other girls to go, for every one knows they are selfish and will do as they please; but I did think you would keep me company. It really isn't pleasant to think of going alone." The end of it was that Flossy, done up in a cloak twice too large for her, went off looking like the martyr that she was, and Eurie and Ruth stayed in their room and laughed over the ridiculousness of Flossy Shipley going out in the night and the rain, in a lavender cashmere, to attend a religious meeting. End of Chapter 3. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 4 of Four Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Four Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 4, Fairpoint. It was not so very dark after all, nor so disagreeable as she had imagined. She sat curled up in a heap on the deck of the Colonel Phillips, looking with interested eyes on the groups of people, who, despite the rain and darkness, were evidently on their way to Chautauqua. Marion had gone to the other side of the boat, and was looking over into the water, rested and interested in spite of herself by the novelty of the scene around her. The fellow passengers seemed not to be novices like themselves, for as their talk floated to the girls it had sentences like these: "Last year we stopped in the village, but this time we are going to be right on the ground." "Last year it rained too, but rain makes no difference at Chautauqua." "They are all last year's people," said Marion, coming over to Flossy's side. "That speaks well for the interest, or the fun, doesn't it? Now what do you suppose takes all these people to this place?" "I don't know," Flossy said thoughtfully. "I never thought much about it. Perhaps some of them came just as I did, because the girls were coming and asked me to. I'm sure I haven't the least idea what else I came for." Marion looked down on the little creature done up in waterproof, with a half pitying laugh. "You're a good little mouse," she said patronizingly. "I never remember doing anything without a motive somewhere. It must be refreshing to forget that important individual now and then." "Oh, I don't," Flossy said simply. "Of course I came for the good time I would have. But then, you know, I would never have thought of coming if the rest of you hadn't." Another laugh from Marion. "You let others do your thinking for you," she said, with just a touch of contempt, covered by the gaiety of the tone. "Well, it is much the easier way. If I could find anyone to undertake the task, I should like to try it for myself." Flossy's answer was a little scream of delight, for they were coming upon fairyland. The lights of Fairpoint were gleaming in the soft distance, and very fairy-like they looked shining among the trees. The sound of music on the steamer mingled charmingly with the peal of the bells from the shore. Marion looked on the scene with quiet interest. Flossy's face took a pink glow. She liked pretty things. As for those who had been at Chautauqua the year before, they gathered at the vessel's side as those gather who, after a long and tiresome journey, realize that they are nearing home. They were eager and excited. "The dock is better," said one. "Yes, and the passageway is larger," chimed in his nearest neighbor. "Oh, everything is on an improved scale this year," said still a third, speaking confidently. "The meeting can't be any better," spoke a quiet-faced woman with a decided voice. "That is simply impossible." Marion laughed softly. "Hear the lunatics!" she said, bending to give Flossy the benefit of her words. "They are just infatuated. They think this is the original Garden of Eden, with that wretched Eve left out. If she were here I would choke her with a relish." This last in a muttered undertone, too low for even Flossy, and with a darkening face. Meantime the boat rounded the point, the plank was laid, and the feet of the eager passengers touched the shores of Chautauqua. Some detention about tickets, arising from a misunderstanding of terms, made our girls lose sight and sound of the rest of the boatload, and when they passed within the railing they found themselves suddenly and strangely alone. A few lights glimmered in the trees, enough to point the way, and from the cottages near at hand streams of light shot out into the darkness. But no sound of footsteps, no sight of human being appeared. Over the river, on the hill, 'Another village lieth still,'" quoted Marion gravely; then: "I say, Flossy, what does it all mean? Are we among a party of witches, do you suppose? Where could those congenial spirits so suddenly have conveyed themselves away, I wonder? The road isn't broad, but it most decidedly isn't straight. Only behold that long, long, long array of damp and empty seats! Where are the faithful now, do you suppose?" "There isn't any meeting here to night, and we might have known there wouldn't be," Flossy said peevishly, beginning to grow not only disenchanted but half frightened. "I was never in such a queer place in my life. Those white seats all look like ghosts. What could have possessed you to come to night? Of course they wouldn't have meeting in the rain. Marion, do let us go back. I am frightened out of my wits." "You blessed little simpleton," said Marion gayly. "What on earth is there to be frightened over? Not pine seats and lamplight, surely, and there is nothing more formidable than that so far." "I wish with all my heart that I were safely back in the hotel, where I would have been if you had not coaxed me away," sighed, or rather whined, poor Flossy, shivering with chilliness or nervousness, and added: "Come, Marion, do let us go back with that boat. It can't have started yet." Marion grasped her hand firmly, and spoke like a commander. "Flossy Shipley, don't you go to getting nervous and acting like a simpleton, for I won't have it. As for that boat, it is half way to Mayville by this time, and I am glad of it. Do you suppose I am going to make an ignominious retreat now, when we have got so far advanced? Not a bit of it. If there is no meeting, we will go where there ought to be one, since it was advertised, and not a word said about rain. It isn't likely they stay outdoors when it actually pours. Very likely they go in somewhere and have a prayer meeting. So now compose your nerves and walk fast, for if the spot is within walking distance I am going to find it. I tell you I am to get $10 at least for writing up this meeting, and I'm going to write it if there is one to write about. If there isn't I shall have to make up one. I dare say I could make it interesting. I'll put you in if I do, and you shall be Mrs. Fearful, in Pilgrim's Progress, you know, if you don't stop shivering and walk faster." During this time they had really been making as rapid progress as the uphill way and their doubt of the road would allow. Flossy made no reply to this harangue, for the reason that a sudden turn in the path brought them into bright light and the sound of a ringing voice. "There!" whispered Marion as the mammoth tent came in view. "What did I tell you? What do you think of that for a prayer meeting?" And then she, too, relapsed into silence, for the ringing tones of the speaker's voice were distinct and clear. They made their way rapidly and silently under the tent, down the aisle, half way down, then a gentleman beckoned them, and by dint of some pushing and moving secured them seats. Then both girls looked about them in astonishment. Who would have supposed that it rained? Why, there were rows and rows and rows of heads, men and women, and even children. A tent larger than they had imagined could be built, and packed with people. Marion's tongue was uncontrollable. She was barely seated before she began her whispered comments. "That man who is speaking is Dr. Vincent. Hasn't he a ringing voice? It reminds me of a trumpet. He likes to use it, I know he does. He has learned to manage it so nicely, and with an eye to the effect. You will hear his voice often enough, and you just watch and see if you don't learn to know the first echo of it from any other." "Perhaps he won't be here all the time to use his voice," whispered back Flossy, without much idea what she was saying. The novelty of the scene had stolen her senses. Marion laughed softly. "You blessed little idiot," she said. "Don't you know that he manufactured Chautauqua, root and branch? Or if he didn't quite manufacture the trees, he looked after their growth, I dare say. Why, this meeting is his darling, his idol, his best beloved. Hear him speak? I guess you will. I should like to see a meeting of this kind that didn't hear from him. It will have to be when he is out of the body." "How do you know about him?" whispered Flossy, struck with sudden curiosity. "I've written him up," Marion said briefly. "I've had to do it several times. Oh, I'm a veteran at Sunday school meetings. But he is the hardest man to write about that there is among them, because you can never tell what he may happen to say or do next. It will never do to jump at his conclusions, and slip in a neat little sentence of your own as coming from him, if you don't happen to have taken very profuse notes, because as sure as you do he will spring in some tiresome meeting in less than a week, and unsay every single word that you said. He said—" At this point a poor martyr, who had the misery to sit directly in front of these two whisperers, turned and gave them such a look as only a man can under like circumstances, and awed them into 5 minutes of quiet. It lasted until Dr. Eggleston was announced. Then Marion's tongue broke loose again. "He is the Hoosier schoolmaster. Don't you know we read his book aloud at the seminary? Looks as though he might have written it, doesn't he? Let's listen to what he says. He always says a word or two that a body can report. Very few of them do." This is a fair specimen of the way in which Miss Wilbur buzzed through that meeting, that wonderful meeting, that Flossy Shipley will remember all her life. She made no answer to Marion's comments after a little, and the pink flush glowed deeper on her face. She was wonderfully interested; indeed, she was more than interested. There was a strange feeling of pain at her heart, a sort of sick, longing feeling that she had never felt before, to understand what all these people meant, to feel as they seemed to feel. The Christian world is more to blame for the unspoken infidelity that thrives in its circles than is generally supposed. Flossy Shipley had been in many religious meetings, but she had really never in her life before been among a large gathering of cultured people, who were eager and excited and happy, and the cause for that eagerness and that happiness been found in the religion of Jesus Christ. I do not say that there had never been such meetings before, nor that there have not been many of them. I simply say that it was a new revelation to Flossy, and she had been to the church prayer meeting at home several times. Whether that church may have been peculiar or not, I do not say, but Flossy had certainly failed to get an idea that prayer meetings were blessed places, that the people who went there from week to week found their joy and their rest and their comfort there. She began to have an unutterable sense of want and longing creeping over her. She stole shy glances at Marion to see if she felt this, but Marion was absorbed just then in catching the speaker's last sentence and writing it down. Her face expressed nothing but business earnestness. Speech making concluded, there came the "covenant service." "I wonder what that is supposed to be?" whispered Marion. "It sounds like something dreadfully solemn. I hope they are not going to have any scenes. Revivals are not fashionable except in the winter." "Marion, don't!" Flossy said in an earnest undertone. The gay, and what for the first time struck her as the sacrilegious words, chilled her; and for almost the first time in her life she uttered an unhesitating remonstrance. Something in the tone surprised Marion, and she looked curiously down at her little companion, but said not another word. The covenant service was the simplest of all services; in fact, only the singing of a familiar hymn and the offering of a prayer. But the hymn was read first, in such solemn, tender, pleading tones as it seemed to Flossy she had never heard before; and the singing rolled around that great tent like the voices of the 10,000 who sing before the throne; at least to Flossy's heart it seemed like that. The prayer that followed was the simplest of all prayers as to words, and the briefest public prayer she ever remembered to have heard, and it made her feel as nothing in life had ever done before. She did not understand the cause for her emotion, she was not acquainted with the Spirit of God. She did not know that he was speaking to her softened heart, and calling her gently to himself, so she felt ashamed of the emotion that she could not help. She wiped the tears away secretly, and was glad that the night was dark and the need for haste great, for the steamer's warning whistle could already be heard. Marion talked on as they went down the hill, not alone now, but accompanied by hundreds, talked precisely as she had before the singing of those words and the prayer. How could she? Flossy wondered. How could anything look the same to her? The Spirit had found no softened heart in which to leave a message, and so had passed by. This, if Flossy had known it, was the reason that Marion was gay and indifferent. If either of them had fully realized the reason for the different effect of the meeting upon them, How startled they would have been! It is not strange, after all, that a service is not the same to one soul that it is to another, when we remember that God speaks to one and passes another. The night was still heavy with clouds, not a star to lighten the gloom. A fine mist was falling. It was Marion who shivered this time, and said: "It is a horrible night, that is a fact; but I am not sorry we went. That meeting will write up splendidly, though it was too long. I will say that in print about it. You must find some fault, you know, when you are writing for the public; it is the fashion." "Was it long?" said Flossy, in an absent tone. She had not thought of it in that way. Then she went to the side of the boat again and sat down in a tumult. What was the matter with her? Where had her complacent, pretty little content gone? Would she always feel so sad and anxious and unhappy, have such a longing as she did now? If she had been wiser she could have told herself that the trouble of heart was caused by an unhealthy excitement upon this question, and that this was the great fault with religious meetings. But she was not wise, she did not think of such a reason. If it had been suggested to her it was doubtful if, in her ignorance, she would not have said, why, she had been more excited at an evening party 100 times than she had thought of being then. She actually did not know that eagerness and zeal are proper enough at parties, but utterly out of place in religion. Just in front of her sat a young man, who hummed in undertone the closing words of the covenant song. It brought the tears again to Flossy's eyes. He turned suddenly toward her. "It was a pleasant service," he said. "Don't you think so?" It was rather startling to be addressed by a strange young gentleman, or would have been if his voice had not been so quiet and dignified, as if it were the most natural thing in the world to compare notes with one who had just come out from the great meeting. "I don't know whether it was or not," she said hurriedly. She could not seem to decide whether she enjoyed it or hated it. "It was blessed to me," the young man said, in quiet voice, and added in undertone, as if speaking to himself only, "God was there." "Do you feel that?" said Flossy, suddenly. "Then I wondered that you were not afraid." He turned toward her with a pleasant face, and said earnestly: "You would not be afraid of your father, would you? Well, God is my Father, my reconciled Father." And then, after a moment, he added: "If I were not at peace with him, and had reason to think he was angry with me, then it would be different. Then I suppose I should be afraid. At least I think it would be reasonable to be." Flossy spoke out of the fullness of a troubled heart. "I don't understand it at all. I never wanted to, either, until just to night; but now I want to feel as those people did when they sang that hymn." Marion came quickly up from the other side. "Flossy," she said, with sudden sharpness, "come over here and watch the track of the boat through the water." And as Flossy mechanically obeyed, she added: "What a foolish, heedless little mouse you are! I wonder that your mother let you go from her sight. Don't you know that you mustn't get up conversations with strange young men in that fashion?" Flossy had not thought of it at all; but now she said a little drearily, as if the subject did not interest her: "But I have often held conversations with strange young men at the dancing hall, you know, and danced with them, too, when everything I knew about them was their names, and generally I forgot that." Marion gave a light laugh. "That is different," she said, letting her lip curl in the darkness over the folly of her own words. "What is proper at a dance is very improper coming home from a prayer meeting, don't you see?" "What do you think?" she said the minute they were in their rooms. "There was I, leaning meditatively over the boat, thinking solemnly on the truths I had heard, and that absurd little waterproof morsel was having a flirtation with a nice young man. Here is one of the fruits of the system. What on earth was he saying to you, Flossy?" "Don't," said Flossy, for the second time that evening. "He wasn't saying any harm." The whole thing jarred on her with an inexpressible and to her bewildering pain. She had always been ready for fun before. "That girl is homesick or something," Marion said, as she and Eurie went to their rooms, leaving Flossy with Ruth, who preferred her as a roommate to either of the others because she could keep from talking. "I haven't the least idea what is the matter. but she has been as unlike herself as possible. I hope she isn't going to get sick and spoil our fun. How silly we were to bring her, anyway. The baby hasn't life enough to see the frolic of the thing, and the intellectual is miles beyond her. I suspect she was dreadfully bored this evening. But, Eurie, there is going to be some splendid speaking done here. I shouldn't wonder if we attended a good many of the meetings. End of Chapter 4. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 5 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 5. Unrest. Flossy went to the window and stood looking out into the starless night. The pain in her heart deepened with every moment. "If there was only someone to ask, someone to say a word to me," she sighed to herself. "It seems as though I could never go to sleep with this feeling clinging to me. I wonder what can be the matter? Perhaps I am sick and am going to die. It feels almost like that, and if I am not fit to die, I am afraid. I wonder if Ruth Erskine is afraid to die? I have almost a mind to ask her. I wonder if she ever prays? People who are not afraid of death are always those who pray. Perhaps she will to-night. I feel as though I wanted to pray. I think if only I knew how, it would be just the thing to do. If she kneels down, I mean to go and kneel beside her." These were some of the thoughts that whirled through her brain as she stood with her nose pressed to the glass. But Ruth did not pray. She went around with the composed air of one who was at peace with all the world. And when her elaborate preparations for rest were concluded, she laid her head on her pillow without one thought of prayer. "Why in the name of sense don't you come to bed?" she presently asked, surveying with curious glance the quiet little creature, whose face was hidden from her, and who was acting entirely out of accordance with anything she had ever seen in her before. "What can you possibly find to keep you gazing out of that window? It can't be called star gazing, for to my certain knowledge there isn't a single star visible. In fact, I should say nothing could be visible but the darkness." For a minute Flossy made no answer. She did not move nor turn her head. But presently she said, in a low and gentle voice: "Ruth, should you be afraid to die?" "To die?" said Ruth, and I have no means of telling you what an astonished face and voice she had. "Flossy Shipley, what do you mean?" "Why, I mean that," said Flossy, in the same quiet tone. "Of course we have got to die, and everybody knows it, and what I say is, should you be afraid if it were to-night, you know?" "Humph!" said Ruth, turning her pillow and waiting to beat it into shape before she spoke further. "I haven't the least idea of dying to-night." "But how can you be sure of that? You might have to die to-night; you know people do sometimes." "I know one thing, am perfectly certain of it, and that is that you will take cold standing there and making yourself dismal. You are shivering like a leaf, I can see you from here. If that is all the good to be gotten from the religious impressions that they harp about being so great here, the less religion they have the better, and there is quite little enough, you may be sure." Saying which, Ruth turned her pillow again and her head, so that she could not see the small creature at the window. She was unaccountably rasped, not to say startled, by her question, and she did not like to be startled. She liked to have her current of life run smoothly. As for Flossy, she gave a great sigh of disappointment and unrest, and turned slowly from the window. She had vaguely hoped for help of some sort from Ruth, and as she lay down on her prayerless pillow she said to herself, "If she had only knelt down I should certainly have done so, too, and perhaps I might have been helped out of this dreadful feeling." Yet so ignorant was she of the way that it never once occurred to her to kneel alone and pray. No more words were spoken by those 2 girls that night, but each lay awake for a long time, and tossed about restlessly. Ruth had been most effectually disturbed, and try as best she could, it was impossible to banish the memory of those quiet words, "You might have to die to-night; people do, you know." To actually have to do something that she had not planned to do, and was not quite ready for, would be a new experience to this girl. Yet when would she be ready to plan for dying? At last she grew thoroughly vexed, and vented her disgust on the religionists who got up camp meeting excitements for the purpose of turning weak brains like Flossy Shipley's. After that she went to sleep. "Flossy Shipley, for pity's sake don't rig yourself up in that awful cashmere. It rains yet, and you will just be going around with 5 wrinkles on your forehead all day, besides spoiling your dress." It was morning, and the door of communication between the 2 sleeping rooms being thrown open, the 4 girls were in full tide of talk and preparation for Fairpoint. Flossy, though, kept her strangely quiet face and manner. The night had not brought her peace. She had tossed restlessly for hours, and when at last she slept it was only to be haunted with troubled dreams. With the first breath of morning she opened her eyes and felt that the weight of yesterday was still pressing on her heart. "What shall I wear?" she asked in an absent, bewildered way of Eurie, who had objected to the cashmere. "I am sure I don't know. Didn't you bring anything suited to the rain? Let me go fishing in that ponderous trunk and see if I can't find something." The fishing produced nothing more suitable than a heavy black silk, elaborately trimmed, and looking, as Eurie phrased it, elegantly out of place. Through much confusion and frolicking the 4 were at last entering the grounds at Chautauqua. By reason of their superior knowledge, Marion and Flossy led the way, while the others followed eagerly, looking and exclaiming. "I'll tell you what it is, girls," Eurie said eagerly. "Let's come over here and board. We'll have a tent or a cottage. A tent will be jollier, and it will be twice as much fun as to stay at the hotel." There being no dissenting voice to this proposal, they started in much glee to look up a home. Only Flossy demurred timidly. "Can't we go to the meeting, girls, and look for the tent afterward? The meeting has commenced. I hear them singing." "It's nothing in the world but a Bible service," Eurie said. "That man at the gate handed me a program. Who wants to go to a Bible service? We have Bibles enough at home. We want to be on hand at 11 o'clock, because Edward Eggleston is to speak on 'The Paradise of Childhood.' My childhood was anything but paradise, but I am anxious to know what he will make of it." Flossy succumbed, of course, as every one expected she would, and the party went in search of tents and accommodations. It was no easy matter to suit them, as the patient and courteous president found. "I don't like the location of any one of them," Ruth Erskine said. Of course she was the hardest to suit. "Why can't we have one of those in that row on the hill?" "Those are the guest tents, ma'am." "The guest tents?" Eurie exclaimed in surprise. "I wonder if they entertain guests here? Who are they?" "Why, those who have been invited to take part in the exercises, of course. You did not suppose that they paid their own expenses, and did the work besides, did you?" This explanation was given by Marion, who, by virtue of her experience as reporter, was better versed in the ways of these great gatherings than the others. "What an idea!" Eurie said. "Fancy being a guest and speaking at this great meeting; being a person of distinction, you know, so that people would be pointing you out, and telling their neighbors who you were." "There goes Miss Mitchell. She is the leading speaker on Sunday school books. How does that sound? Only on the whole, I should choose some other department than Sunday school books. They are all so horridly good the people in them, I mean that one can't get through with more than 2 in a season. I tried to read one last week for Sunday, but I abandoned it in despair." This was an aside, while Ruth was questioning the president. She was looking dismayed. "Can't we have one of the tents on that side near the stand?" "Those were taken months ago. This is a large gathering, you know." "I should think it was. Then, it seems, we must go back to the hotel. I thought you would be glad to let us have accommodations at any price." The gentlemanly president here carefully repressed an amused smile. Here were people who evidently misunderstood Chautauqua. "Oh, yes," he said, "we can give you accommodations, only not the very best, I am sorry to say. Our best tents were secured many months ago. Still, we will do the best we can for you, and I think we can make you entirely comfortable." "People have different ideas as to the meaning of that word," Miss Eurie said, loftily. Then she moved to another tent, over which she exclaimed in dismay. Why, the bed isn't made up. Pray, are we to sleep on the slats?" "Oh, no, but you have to hire all those things, you know. Have you seen our bulletin? There are parties on the ground prepared to fit up everything that you need, and to do it very reasonably. Of course we cannot know what degree of expense those requiring tents care to incur, so we leave that matter for them to decide for themselves. You can have as many or as few comforts as you choose, and pay accordingly." "And are all 4 of us expected to occupy this one room?" There was an expression of decided disgust on Miss Erskine's face. "Well, you see," explained the amused president, "this tent is designed for 4. 2 good sized bedsteads set up in it, and the necessity seems to be upon us to crowd as much as we can conveniently. There will be no danger of impure air, you know, for you have all outdoors to breathe." "And you really don't have toilet stands or toilet accommodations! What a way to live!" Another voice chimed in now, which was the very embodiment of refined horror. "And you don't have pianos nor sofas, and the room isn't lighted with gas! I'm sure I don't see how we can live. It is not what we have been accustomed to." This was Marion, with the most dancing eyes in the world, and the president completed the scene by laughing outright. Suddenly Ruth discovered that she was acting the part of a simpleton, and with flushed face she turned from them, and walked to a vacant seat in the opposite direction from where they were standing. "We will take this one," she said haughtily, without vouchsafing it a look. "I presume it is as good as any of them, and, since we are fairly into this absurd scrape we must make the best of it." "Or the worst of it," Marion said, still laughing. "You are bent on doing that, I think, Ruthie." By a violent effort and rare good sense Ruth controlled herself sufficiently to laugh, and the embarrassment vanished. There were splendid points about this girl's character, not the least among them being the ability to laugh at a joke that had been turned toward herself. At least the effect was splendid. The reasons, therefore, might have been better. It was because her sharp brain saw the better effect that her ability to do this thing immediately produced on the people around her. But I shall have to confess that a poise of character strong enough to gracefully avert unpleasant effects arising from causes of her own making ought to have been strong enough to have suppressed the causes. The question of an abiding place being thus summarily disposed of, the parties set themselves to work with great energy to get settled, Marion and Eurie taking the lead. Both were used to both planning and working, and Marion at least had so much of it to do as to have lost all desire to lead unnecessarily, and therefore everything grew harmonious. There was a good deal of genuine disgust in Ruth's part of it, though, her eyes having been opened, she bravely tried to hide the feeling from the rest. But you will remember that she had lived and breathed in an atmosphere of elegant refinement all her life, accepting the luxuries of life as common necessities until they had really become such to her, and the idea of doing without many things that people during camp life necessarily find themselves obliged to do without was not only strange to her, but exceedingly disagreeable. The 2 leaders being less used to the extremes of luxury, and more indifferent to them by nature, could not understand and had little sympathy with her feeling. "We shall have to go back after all to the hotel," Eurie said, as she dived both hands into the straw tick and tried to level the bed. "We have too fine a lady among us. She cannot sleep on a bedstead that doesn't rest its aristocratic legs on a velvet carpet. She doesn't see the fun at all. I thought Flossy would be the silly one, but Flossy is in a fit of the dumps. I never saw her so indifferent to her dress before. See her now, bringing that 3-legged stand, without regard to rain. There is one comfort in this perpetual rain, we shall have less dust. After all, though, I don't know as that is any improvement, so long as it goes and makes itself up into mud. Look at the mud on my dress. That tent we were looking at first would have been ever so much the best, but after Ruth's silliness, I really hadn't the face to suggest a change. I thought we had given trouble enough. She makes a mistake. She thinks this is a great hotel, where people are bound to get all the money they can and give as little return, instead of its being a place where people are striving to be as accommodating as they can, and give everybody a good time as possible." In the midst of all this talk and work they left and ran up the hill to the Tabernacle, where the crowds were gathering to hear Dr. Eggleston. It was a novel sight to these 4 girls, the great army of eager, strong, expectant faces; the ladies, almost without an exception, dressed to match the rain and the woods, looking neither tired nor annoyed about anything, looking only in earnest. To Ruth especially it came like a revelation. She looked around her with surprised eyes. There were intellectual faces on every hand. There was the hum of conversation all about her, for the meeting was not yet opened, and the tone of their words was different from any with which her life had been familiar. They seemed lifted up, enthused. They seemed to have found something worthy of enthusiasm. As a rule, Ruth had not enjoyed enthusiastic people. They had seemed silly to her; and you will admit that there is a silly side to the consuming of a great deal of that trait on the dress for an evening party, or the arrangement of programs for a fancy concert. Just now she had a glimmering fancy that there might be something worthy of arresting and holding one's eager attention. "They look alive," she said, turning from right to left among the rows and rows of faces. "They look as though they had a good deal to do, and they thought it was worth doing." Then, curiously enough, there came suddenly to her mind that question which she had banished the night before, and she wondered if these people had all really answered it to their satisfaction. Flossy took a seat immediately in front of the speaker. She was hungry for something, and she did not know what to call it; something that would set her fevered heart at rest. As for Marion and Eurie, they hoped with all their hearts that the Hoosier schoolmaster would give them a rich intellectual treat; at least Marion was after the intellectual. Eurie would be contented if she got the fun, and a man like Dr. Eggleston was enough of both these elements to make sure of satisfying their hopes. But would he bring something to help Flossy? End of chapter 5. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 6 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 6. Feasts. "He doesn't look in the least as I thought he did." It was Eurie who whispered this, and she nudged Marion's arm by way of emphasis as she did it. Marion laughed. "How did you think he looked?" "Oh, I don't know, rough rather." Whereupon Marion laughed again. "That is the way some people discriminate," she whispered back. "You think because he wrote about rough people he must be rough; and when one writes about people of culture and elegance, you think straightway that he is the personification of those ideas. You forget, you see, that the world is full to the brim with hypocrisy, and it is easier to be perfect on paper than it is anywhere else in this world." "Or to be a sinner either, according to that view of it." "It is easy enough to be a sinner anywhere. Hush! I want to listen." For which want the people all about her must have been very thankful. Our young ladies gave Dr. Eggleston their attention at the moment when he was drawling out in his most nasal and ludicrous tones the hymn that used to be a favorite in Sunday schools 90 years ago: "Broad is the road that leads to death, and thousands walk together there, but wisdom shows a narrow path, with here and there a traveler." The manner in which part of these lines were repeated was irresistibly funny. To Eurie it was explosively so; she laughed until the seat shook with mirth. To be sure, she knew nothing about modern Sunday schools; for aught that she was certain of, they might have sung that very hymn in the First Church Sunday school the Sabbath before; and it made not the least atom of difference whether they did or not; the way in which Dr. Eggleston was putting it was funny, and Eurie never spoiled fun for the sake of sentiment. Presently she looked up at Marion for sympathy. That young lady's eyes were in a blaze of indignation. What in the world was the matter with her? Surely she, with her hearty and unquestioning belief in nothing, could not have been disturbed by any jar. Let me tell you a word about Marion. Away back in her childhood there was a memory of a little dingy, old fashioned kitchen, one of the oldest and dreariest of its kind, where the chimney smoked and the winter wind crawled in through endless cracks and crannies; where it was not always possible to get enough to eat during the hardest times, but there was a large, old-fashioned arm-chair, covered with frayed and faded calico, and in this chair sat often of a winter evening a clean-faced old man, with thin and many-patched clothes, with a worn and sickly face, with a few gray hairs straggling sadly about on his smooth crown; and that old man used often and often to drone out in a cracked voice, and in a tune pitched too low by half an octave, the very words which had just been repeated in Marion's hearing. What of all that? Why, that little gloomy kitchen was Marion's memory of home; that old tired man was her father, and he used to sing those words while his hand wandered tenderly through the curls of her brown head, and patted softly the white forehead over which they fell. And all of love that there was in life, all that the word tenderness meant, all that was dear or sweet or to be reverenced, was embodied in that one memory to Marion. Now you understand the flashing eyes. She did not believe it at all. She believed, or thought she did, that the broad and narrow roads were all nonsense; that go where you would, or do what you would, all the roads led to death; and that was the end. But the father who had quavered through those lines so many times had staked his hopes forever on that belief, and the assurance of it had clothed his face in a grand smile as he lay dying; a smile that she liked to think of, that she did not like to hear ridiculed, and to her excited imagination Dr. Eggleston seemed to be ridiculing the faith on which the hymn was built. "They are more thorough hypocrites than I supposed," she said in scorn, and hardly in undertone, in answer to Eurie's inquiring look. "I don't believe the stuff myself, but I always supposed the ministers did. I gave some of them at least credit for sincerity; but it seems it is nothing but a fable to be laughed to scorn." "Why, Marion," Eurie said, and her look expressed surprise and dismay. "He's not making fun of religion, you know; he is simply referring to the inappropriateness of such hymns for children." "What is so glaringly inappropriate about it if they really believe the Bible? I'm sure it says that there are two roads, one broad and the other narrow, and that many people are on one but few on the other. Why shouldn't it be put into a hymn if it is desirable to impress it?" "I'm sure I don't know," Eurie said, unaccustomed to being put through a course of logic. "Only, you know, I suppose he simply means that it is beyond their comprehensions." "They must have remarkably limited comprehensions, then, if they are incapable of understanding so simple a figure of speech as that there are two ways to go, and one is harder and safer than the other. I understood it when it was sung to me, and I was a very little child, and believed it, too, until I saw the lives of people contradict it; but if I believed it still I would not make public sport of it." At this point Ruth leaned forward from the seat behind and whispered, "Girls, do keep still; you are drawing the attention of all the people around you and disturbing everybody." After that they kept still, but the good doctor had effectually sealed one heart to whatever that was tender and earnest he might have to say. She sat erect, with scornful eyes and glowing cheeks, and when the first flush of excitement passed off was simply harder and gayer than before. Who imagined such a result as that? Nobody, of course. But how perfectly foolish and illogical! Couldn't she see that Dr. Eggleston only meant to refer to the fact that literature, both of prose and poetry, had been improved by being brought to the level of childish minds, and to reprove that way of teaching religious truth that leaves a sombre, dismal impression on youthful hearts? Apparently she could not, since she did not. As for being absurd and illogical, I did not say that she wasn't. I am simply giving you facts as they occurred. I think myself that she was dishonoring the memory of her father 10,000 times more than any chance and unmeant word of the speakers could possibly have done. The only trouble was, that she was such an idiot she did not see it; and she prided herself on her powers of reasoning, too. But the world is full of idiots. She sat like a stone during the rest of the brilliant lecture. Many things she heard because she could not help hearing; many she admired, because it was in her to admire a brilliant and charming thing, and she could not help that, either. But she could shut her heart to all tenderness of feeling, and all softening influences, and that she did with much satisfaction, deliberately steeling herself against the words of a man because he had quoted a chance line that her father used to sing, while she lived every day of her life in defiance of the principles by which her father shaped his life and his death. Verily, the ways of girls are beyond understanding. Eurie enjoyed it all. When Dr. Eggleston told of the men that, as soon as their children grew a little too restless, had business down town, she clapped her hands softly and whispered, "That is for all the world like father. Nettie and Puss were never in a whining fit in their lives that father didn't at once think of a patient he had neglected to visit that day, and rush off." She laughed over the thought that women were shut in with little steam engines, and said, "That's a capital name for them. We have 3 at home that are always just at the very point of explosion. I mean to write to mother and tell her I have found a new name for them." When he suggested the blunt end scissors, and the colored crayons with which they could make wonderful yellow dogs, with green tails and blue eyes, her delight became so great that she looked around to Ruth to help her enjoy it, and said, "You see if I don't invest in a ton of colored crayons the very first thing I do when I get home. It is just capital. So strange I never thought of it before." "You did not think of it now," Ruth said in her quiet cooling way. "Give the speaker credit for his own ideas, please. Half the world have to do the thinking for the other half always." "That is the reason so much is left undone, then," retorted Eurie, with unfailing good humor, and turned back to the speaker in time to hear his description of the superintendent that was so long in finding the place to sing that the boys before him went around the world while he was giving the number. "Slow people," said she, going down the hill afterward. "I never could endure them, and I shall have less patience with them in future than ever. Wasn't he splendid? Ruth, you liked the part about Dickens, of course." "A valuable help the lecture will be to your after life if all you have got is an added feeling of impatience toward slow people. Unfortunately for you, they are in the world, and they will be very likely to stay in it, and a very good sort of people they are, too." It was Marion who said this, and her tone was dry and unsympathetic. Eurie turned to her curiously. "You didn't like him," she said. "Did you? I am so surprised. I thought you would think him splendid. On your favorite hobby, too. I said to myself this will be just in Marion's line. She has so much to say about teaching children by rote in a dull and uninteresting way. You couldn't forgive him for reciting that horrid old hymn in such a funny way. Flossy, do you suppose you can ever hear that hymn read again without laughing? What is the matter, Marion? Who imagined you had any sentimental drawings towards Watts's hymns?" "I didn't even know it was Watts's hymn," Marion said indifferently. "But I hate to hear any one go back on his own belief. If he honestly believes in the sentiments of that verse, and they certainly are Bible sentiments, he shouldn't make fun of it. But I'm sure it is of no consequence to me. He may make fun of the whole Bible if he chooses, verse by verse, and preach a melting sermon from it the very next Sabbath. It will be all the same to me. Let us go in search of some dinner, and not talk any more about him." "But that isn't fair. You are unjust, isn't she, Ruth? I say he didn't make fun of religion, as Marion persists in saying he did." "Of course not," Ruth said. "A minister could hardly be guilty of doing that. He was simply comparing the advanced methods of the present with the stupidity of the past." "And obstinate Marion said then he ought to get a new Bible, for the very same notions were in it that were when she was a child and learned verses." And that was all this discussion amounted to. Nobody had appealed to Flossy. She had stood looking with an indifferent air around her until Marion turned suddenly and said: "What did the lecture say to you, Flossy? Eurie seems very anxious to get out of it something for our special needs, as they say in church. What was yours?" Flossy hesitated like a timid child, flushed and then paled, and finally said simply: "I've been thinking ever since he spoke it, of that one sentence, 'Rock firm, God trust, has died out of the world.' I was wondering if it were true, and I was wishing that it wasn't." All the girls looked at each other in astonished silence. Such a strange thing for Flossy to say. "What of it?" said Marion presently. "What if it has? Or rather, what if it were never in the world?" It wasn't that side of it that I thought about. It was what if it were." "And what then?" "Why, then, I should like to see the person who had it, just to see how he would seem." Marion laughed somewhat scornfully. "Curiosity is at the bottom of your wise thought, is it? Well, my little mousie, I am amazingly afraid you are destined never to discover how it will seem; so I wouldn't puzzle my brains about it. It might be too much for them. Shall we go to dinner?" You should have seen our 4 young ladies taking their first meal at Chautauqua. It was an experience not to be forgotten. They went to the hotel. This was a long board building, improvised for the occasion, and filled with as many comforts as the necessities of the occasion could furnish. To Miss Erskine the word hotel had only one sort of association. She had been a traveler in her own country only, and it had been her fortune to be intimate only with the hotels in large cities, and only with those where people go whose purses are full to overflowing. So she had come to associate with the name all that was elegant or refined or luxurious. When the president of the grounds inquired whether they would have tickets for the hotel or one of the boarding houses, Miss Erskine had answered without hesitation: "For the hotel, of course. I never have anything to do with boarding houses. They are almost certain to be second rate." Said president kept his own counsel, thinking, I fancy, that here was a girl who needed some lessons in the practical things of this life, and Chautauqua hotels were good places in which to take lessons. Imagine now, if you can, the look of this lady's face, as they made their way with much difficulty down the long room, and looked about them on either side for seats. "A hotel, indeed!" she said, in utter contempt and disgust, as one of the attendants signaled them and politely drew back the long board seat that did duty in the place of chairs, and answered for 5, or, if you were good-natured and crowded, for 6 people. He was just as polite in his attentions as if the unplaned seat had been a carved chair of graceful shape and pattern. One would suppose that Ruth might have taken a hint from his example; but the truth is, she belonged to that class of people who were so accustomed to polite attentions that it is only their absence which calls forth remark. "The idea of naming this horrid, dirty old lumber room a hotel!" And she carefully and disdainfully spread her waterproof cloak on the seat before she took it. Eurie's merry laugh rang out until others looked and smiled in sympathy with her fun, whatever it was. "What in the world did you expect, Ruthie? I declare, you are too comical. I verily believe you expected Brussels carpets, and mirrors in which you could admire yourself all the while you were eating." "I expected a hotel," Ruth said, in nowise diminishing her lofty tone. "That is what is advertised, and people naturally do not look for so much deception in a religious gathering. This is nothing in the world but a shanty." Chautauqua was doing one thing for this young lady which surprised and annoyed her. It was helping her to get acquainted with herself. Up to this time she had looked upon herself as a person of smooth and even temperament, not by any means easily ruffled, or turned from her quiet poise. She had prided herself on her composed, gracefully dignified way of receiving things. She never hurried, she never was breathless and flushed, and apologetic over something she ought or ought not to have done, which was a chronic state with Eurie. She never was in a thorough and undisguised rage, as Marion was quite likely to be. She was, in her own estimation, a model of propriety. All this until she came to Chautauqua. Now, great was her surprise to discover in herself a disposition to be utterly disgusted with things that to Marion were of so little consequence as to be unnoticed, and that to Eurie were positive sources of fun. Doubtless you understand her better than she did herself. The truth is, it is a comparatively easy matter to be gracious and courteous and unruffled when everything about you is moving exactly according to your mind, and when you can think of nothing earthly to be annoyed about. There are some natures that are deceiving their own hearts in just such an atmosphere as this. They are not the lowest type of nature by any means. The small, petty trials that come to every life are beneath them. If it rains when they want to walk, they can go in a handsome carriage, and keep their tempers. If their elegant new robes prove to be badly made, They can have them remodeled and made more elegant with a superior composure. In just so far are they above the class who can endure nothing in the shape of annoyances or disappointment, however small. The fact is, however, that there are petty annoyances, not coming in their line of life, that would be altogether too much for them. But of this they remain in graceful ignorance until some Chautauqua brings the sleeping shadows to the surface. End of chapter 6. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 7 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 7. Table Talk. "What is your private explanation of the word hotel?" Marion asked. She was in an argumentative mood, and it made almost no difference to her which side of the question she argued. "Webster says it is a place to entertain strangers, but you seem to attach some special importance to the term." "Is that all Webster says?" The questioner was not Ruth, but a man who sat just opposite to them at the table, and while he waited for his order to be filled watched with amused eyes the 4 girls who were evidently in a new element. He was not a young man, and his gray hairs would have arrested the pertness of the reply on Marion's tongue at any other time than this, but you remember she was not in a good mood. She answered promptly, "Yes, sir, he says ever so many things. In fact, he is the most voluminous author I ever read." The gentleman laughed. The pertness seemed to amuse him. "Didn't I limit my question?" he said pleasantly. "He is voluminous, and what a sensible book he has written. I wish all authors had given us so much information. But I meant, is that all he says about hotels? Doesn't he justify your friend just a little bit in her expectations?" "I'm sure I don't know," Marion said, amused in turn at the good-natured interest which the elderly gentleman took in the question. "He has said so much that I haven't had time to digest it all. If you have, won't you please enlighten me as to his wisdom on this subject?" "'Especially one of some style or pretensions,'" quoted the old gentleman. "So Webster adds. You see I am interested in the subject," and he laughed pleasantly. "I have been looking it up, which must be my apology for addressing you young ladies, if so old a man as I must apologize for being interested in girls. The fact is, I had occasion to talk with a young man yesterday who took the people to task most roundly for that very name, on the ground that they had no right to it; that it was a misnomer. I have been struck with the thought that nothing is trivial, not even the name which happens to be chosen for a house where one waits for his dinner," with a strong emphasis on the word wait, which Eurie understood and laughed over. "Except the remarks that people make about such things," Marion said, answering the first part of the sentence and bestowing a wicked glance on Ruth. "They are trivial enough. Did you agree with the young gentleman?" "No, I thought it all over and consulted Webster, as I said, and came to the conclusion that in view of this being a more pretentious house than either of the others they had a right to the word. Webster doesn't say what degree of pretension is necessary, you know." The lifting of Ruth's eyebrows at this point was so expressive that all the party laughed. But the old gentleman grew grave again in a moment as he said: "But the thought that impressed me most was what a very perfect system of faith the religion of Jesus Christ is; how completely it commends itself to the human heart, since the very slightest departure from what is regarded as strictly true and right, when it is done by a Christian, society or individual, is noted and commented upon by lookers on. They seem to know of a certainty that it is not according to the Spirit of Christ." This last sentence struck Marion dumb. How fond she was of cavilling at Christian lives! Was she really thus giving all the time an unconscious tribute to the truth and purity of the Christian faith? It was a merry dinner, after all, eaten with steel forks and without napkins, and with plated spoons, if you were so fortunate as to secure one. The rush of people was very great, and, with their inconvenient accommodations, the process of serving was slow. Marion, her eyes being opened, went to studying the people about her. She found that courteous good humor was the rule, and selfishness and ungraciousness the exception. Inconveniences were put up with and merrily laughed over by people who, from their dress and manners, could be accustomed to only the best. Marion took mental notes. They did not act in the least like the mass of people who stop at railroad eating houses for their dinner. They are patient and courteous under difficulties. They did not come here for the purpose of being entertained. If they did, the accommodations wouldn't satisfy. There was another little thing that interested Marion. As the tables kept filling, and those who had been served made room for those who had not, she found herself watching curiously what proportion of the guests observed that instant of silent thanks with covered eyes. It was so brief, so slight a thing, I venture that scarcely a person there noticed it, much less imagined that there was a pair of keen gray eyes over in the corner looking and calculating concerning them. "What if they all had to wear badges," she said to herself, "badges that read, 'I am a Christian.' I wonder how many of them it would influence to different words than they are speaking, or to different acts? I wonder if they do all wear them? I wonder if the distinction is really marked, so one looking on could detect the difference, though all of them are strangers? I mean to watch during these 2 weeks. The proper study of mankind is man. Very well, Brother Pope, a convenient place for the study of man is Chautauqua. I'll take it up. Who knows but I may learn a new branch to teach the graded infants in Ward No. 4. Ruth did not recover her equanimity. She was rasped on every side. Those 2 tined steel forks were a positive sting to her. She shuddered as the steel touched her lips. She had no spoon at all, and she looked on in utter disgust while Eurie merrily stirred her tea with her fork. When the waiter came at last, with hearty apologies for keeping them waiting for their spoons, and the old gentleman said cordially, "All in good time; we shall not starve even if we get no spoons," she curled her lip disdainfully, and murmured that she had always been accustomed to the conveniences of life, and found it somewhat difficult to do without them. When one is in the mood for grumbling, there is no easier thing in the world than to find food for that spirit, and Ruth continued her pastime, waxing louder and more decided after the genial old man had left their neighborhood. "What is the use in fault finding?" Eurie said at last, half petulantly. She was growing very tired of this exhibition. "What did you expect? They are doing as well as they can, without any doubt. Just imagine what it must be to get conveniences together for this vast crowd. They did not expect anything like such a large attendance at first. I heard them say so, and that makes it harder to wait upon them. But of course they are doing just as well as they can, and we fare as well as any of them." "Don't you be so foolish as to believe that," Ruth said, with a curling lip. "If you could see behind the scenes you would soon discover something very different. That is why it is so provoking to me. Let people who cannot afford to pay any better take such as they can get. But what right had they to suppose that we had not the money to pay for what we wish? I'm sure I'm not a pauper. You will find that there is a place where the select few can get what they want, and have it served in a respectable manner, and I say I don't like it. I have been accustomed to the decencies of life." Just behind them the talk was going on unceasingly, and one voice at this point, rising higher than the others, caught the attention of our girls. Eurie turned suddenly and tried to catch a glimpse of the speaker. Something in the voice sounded natural. A sudden movement on the part of the gentleman between them, and she caught a glimpse of the face. She turned back eagerly. "Girls, that is Mrs. Schuyler Germain." "Where?" Ruth asked, with sudden interest in her voice. "Over at that table, in a waterproof cloak and black straw hat, and eating boiled potatoes with a steel fork. What about being behind the scenes now, Ruthie?" To fully appreciate this you must understand that even among the Erskines, to get as high as Mrs. Schuyler Germain was to get as high as the aristocracy of this world reached. Not that she lived in any grander style than the Erskines, or showed that she had more money, but everybody knew that her bank accounts were very heavy, and, besides, she was the daughter of General Wadsworth Hillyer, of Washington, and the great-granddaughter, by direct descent, of one of England's noblemen. She was traveled and cultivated, and all but titled through her youngest daughter. Could American ambition reach higher? And there she sat, at a table made of pine boards, eating boiled potatoes with a 2-tined steel fork. Could English nobility sink lower? Ruth looked over at her in quiet surprise for a moment, and then gave her head its haughty toss as she met Eurie's mischievous eyes, and said: "It is not an aristocracy of position here, then. The leaders keep all their nice things and places for themselves. That is smaller than I supposed them to be." At this particular moment there was an uprising from the table just behind them. Half a dozen gentlemen leaving their empty plates, and in full tide of talk, making their way down the hall. The girls looked and nudged each other as they recognized them. The younger of the two foremost had a face that can not easily be mistaken, and Eurie, having seen it once, did not need Marion's low-toned, "That's Mr. Vincent," and Ruth herself, thrown off her guard, recognized and exclaimed over Dr. Hodge. This climax was too much for Eurie. She threw down her fork to clap her hands in softly glee. "Oh, Ruthie, Ruthie, how has your dismal castle of favoritism faded! Yonder is the queen of American society, eating pie at this very instant with the very fork which did duty on her potato, and here goes the king of the feast, wiping his lips on his own handkerchief instead of a damask napkin." It was at this moment, when Ruth's follies and ill humors were rising to an almost unbearable height, that her higher nature asserted itself, and shone forth in a rich full laugh. Then, in much glee and good feeling, they followed the crowd down the hill to the auditorium. For the benefit of such poor benighted beings as have never seen Chautauqua, let me explain that the auditorium was the great temple where the congregation assembled for united service. Such a grand temple as it was! The pillars thereof were great solemn trees, with their green leaves arching overhead in festoons of beauty. I don't know how many seats there were, nor how many could be accommodated at the auditorium. Eurie set out to walk up and down the long aisles one day and count the seats, but she found that which so arrested her attention before she was half way down the central aisle that she forgot all about it, and there was never any time afterward for that work. I mean to tell you about that day when I get to it. The grandstand was down there in front of all those seats, spacious and convenient, the pillars thereof festooned with flags from many nations. The large piano occupied a central point; the speaker's desk at its feet, in the central of the stand; the reporters' tables and chairs just below. "I ought to have one of those chairs," Marion said, as they passed the convenient little space railed off from the rest of the audience. "Just as if I were not a real reporter because I write in plain good English, instead of racing over the paper and making queer little tracts that only one person in 5,000 can read. If I were not the most modest and retiring of mortals, I would go boldly up and claim a seat." "What is to be next?" Ruth asked. "Are we supposed to be devoted to all these meetings? I thought we were only going to one now and then. We won't be alive in 2 weeks from now if we pin ourselves down here." "In the way that we have been doing," chimed in Eurie. "Just think, here we have been to every single meeting they have had yet, except the one last night and one this morning." "We are going to skip every one that we possibly can," said Marion. "But the one that is to come just now is decidedly one that we can't. The speaker is Dr. Calkins, of Buffalo. I heard him 4 years ago, and it is one of the few sermons that I remember to this day. I always said if I ever had another chance I should certainly hear him again. I like this subject this afternoon, too. It is appropriate to my condition." "What is the subject?" Flossy asked, with a sudden glow of interest. "It is what a Christian can learn from a heathen. I'm the heathen, and I presume Dr. Calkins is the Christian. So he is to see what he can learn from me, I take it, and naturally I am anxious to know. Flossy isn't interested in that, I can see it from her face. She knows she isn't a heathen. She is a good proper little Christian. But it is your duty, my dear, to find what you can learn from me." "What can he possibly make of such a subject as that?" Ruth asked curiously. "I don't believe I want to hear him. Is he so very talented, Marion?" "I don't know. Haven't the least idea whether he is what you call talented or not. He says things exactly as though he knew they were so, and for the time being he makes you feel as though you were a perfect simpleton for not knowing it too." "And you like to be made to feel like a perfect simpleton? Is that the reason you resolved to hear him again?" "I like to meet a man once in a while who knows how to do it, and for the matter of that I wouldn't mind being made to feel the truth of the things that he says, if one could only stay made. It isn't the fault of the preaching that it all feels like a pretty story and nothing else. It is the fault of the wretched practicing that the sheep go home and do. It makes one feel like being an out and out goat, and done with it, instead of being such a perfect idiot of a sheep." At this point the talk suddenly ceased, for the leaders began to assemble, and the service commenced. Ruth and Marion exchanged comic glances when they discovered the heathen of the afternoon to be Socrates; and Marion presently whispered that she was evidently to play the character of the old fellow's wife, and Eurie whispered to them both: "Now I want to know if that horrid Xantippe was Socrates' wife. Upon my word, I never knew it before. She wasn't to blame, after all, for being such a wretch." "What do you mean?" Marion whispered back, with scornful eyes. "Socrates was the grandest old man that ever lived." "Pooh! He wasn't. He didn't know any more than little mites of Sunday school children do nowadays. I never could understand why his philosophy was so remarkable, only that he lived in a heathen country and got ahead of all the rest, but if he were living now he would be a pygmy." "I wish he were," Marion said, with her eyes still flashing. "I would like to see such a life as he lived." This girl was a hero worshipper. Her cheeks could burn and her eyes glow over the grand stories of old heathen characters, and she could melt to tears over their trials and wrongs; and yet she passed by in haughty silence the sublime life that of all others is the only perfect one on record, and she had no tears to shed over the shameful and pitiful story of the cross. What a strange girl she was! I wonder if it be possible that there are any others like her? Chapter 8 of Four Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Four Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 8. At Evening Time It Shall Be Bright. Meantime Flossy Shipley came to no place where her heart could rest. She went through that first day at Chautauqua in a sort of maze, hearing yet not hearing, and longing in her very soul for something that she did not hear; that is, she did not hear it distinctly and fairly stated, so that she could grasp it and act upon it; and yet it was shadowed all around her, and hinted at in every word that was uttered, so that it was impossible to forget that there was a great something in which the most of these people were eagerly interested, and which was sealed to her. She felt it dimly all the while that Dr. Eggleston was speaking; she felt it sensibly when they sang; she felt it in the chance words that caught her ear on every side as the meeting closed; bright, fresh words of greeting, of gladness, of satisfaction, but every one of them containing a ring that she could hear but not copy. What did it mean? And above all, why did she care what it meant, when she had been happy all her life before without knowing or thinking anything about it? As they went down the hill to dinner, she loitered somewhat behind the others, thinking while they talked. As the throng pressed down around them there came one whose face she instantly recognized; it belonged to the young man who had spoken to her on the boat the evening before. The face recalled the earnest words that he had spoken, and the tone of restful satisfaction in which they were spoken. His face wore the same look now; interested, alert, but at rest. She coveted rest. It was clear that he also recognized her, and something in her wistful eyes recalled the words she had spoken. "Have you found the Father's presence yet?" he asked, with a reverent tone to his voice when he said "the Father," and yet with such evident trust and love that the tears started to her eyes. She answered quickly: "No, I haven't. I cannot feel that he is my Father." They went down the steps just then, and the crowd rushed in between them, so that neither knew what had become of the other. Only that chance meeting; he might never see her again. Chautauqua was peculiarly a place where people met for a moment, then lost each other, perhaps for all the rest of the time. "I may never see her again," Evan Roberts thought, "but I am glad that I said a word to her. I hope in my soul that she will let him find her." If Flossy could have heard this unspoken sentence she would have marveled. Let him find her! Why, she was dimly conscious that she was seeking for him, but no such thought had presented itself as that God was really seeking after her. She went on, still falling behind, and trying to hide the rush of feeling that the simple question had called forth. She was very quiet at the dinner table. She was oblivious to steel forks or the want of spoons. These things that had hitherto filled her life and looked of importance to her, had strangely dwindled. She was miserably disappointed. She had looked forward to Chautauqua as a place where she could have such a "nice" time. That word "nice" was a favorite with her, and surely no one could be having a more wretched time than this. And it was not the rain, either, over which she had been miserable all day yesterday, nor her cashmere dress. She didn't care in the least now whether it cleared or not, and as to her dress, she had torn her silk twice, and it was badly drabbled, but she did not even care for that. She wanted—what? Alas for the daughter of nominally Christian parents, living among all the privileges of a cultured Christian society, she did not know what she wanted. Dr. Calkins had one eager listener. If he could have picked out her earnest, wistful eyes among the crowd of upturned faces, he would have let old Socrates go, and given himself heart and soul to the leading of this groping soul into the light. As it was, he hovered around it, touching the subject here and there, thrilling her with the possibilities stretching out before her; but he was thinking of and talking all the while to those who had reached after and secured this something that to her was still a shadow. Now and then the speaker brought the quick tears to her eyes as he referred to those who had followed the teaching of his lips with sympathetic faces and answered the appeal to their hearts with tears. But her tears were different from those. They were the tears of a sick soul, longing for light and help. The entire party ignored the evening meeting. Marion declared that her brain whirled now, so great had been the mental strain. Ruth was loftily indifferent to any plan that could be gotten up, and Eurie's wits were ripe for mischief. Flossy's opinion, of course, was not asked, nobody deeming it possible that she could have the slightest desire to go to meeting. In fact, Eurie put their desertion on the ground that Flossy had been exhausted by the mental effort of the day, and needed to be cheered and petted. She on her part was silent and wearily indifferent. She did not know what to do with her heavy heart, and felt that she might as soon walk down by the lake shore as do anything else. So down to the shore they went, and gave themselves up to the full enjoyment of the novel scene, an evening in the woods, great, glowing lights on every side, great companies of people passing to and fro, boats touching at the wharves and sending group after group to the central attraction, the grandstand, singing, music by thousands of voices ringing down to them as they loitered under the trees on the rustic seats. "I declare, it must be nice in heaven for a little while." It was Eurie who made this somewhat startling discovery and announcement after a lull had fallen upon their mirth. "Have you been there to see?" illogically asked Marion, as she threw a tiny stone into the water and watched the waves quiver and ripple. Eurie laughed. "Not quite, but this must be a little piece of it, this music, I mean. I am almost tempted to make an effort after the real thing. How exquisitely those voices sound! I'm very certain I should enjoy the music, whether I should be able to get along with the rest of the program or not. What on earth do you suppose they do there all the time anyway?" "Where?" "Why, in heaven, of course. That is what I was talking about. I believe you are half asleep, Flossy Shipley. You mustn't go to sleep out here; it isn't quite heaven yet, and you will take cold. Honestly, girls, isn't it a sort of wonderment to you how the people up there can employ their time? In spite of me I cannot help feeling that it must be rather stupid. Think of never being able to lie down and take a nap!" "Or read a novel," added Marion. "Isn't that your favorite employment when you are awake, Eurie? I'm sure I don't know much about the occupations of the place. I'm not posted. There is nothing about it laid down in our geography; and, in fact, the people who seem to be expecting to spend their lives there are unaccountably mum about it. I don't at this moment remember hearing any one ever express a downright opinion, and I have always thought it rather queer. I asked Nellie Whedon about it one day when she was going on about her expected tour in Europe. She had bored me to death, making me produce all my geographic and historic lore for her benefit. And suddenly I thought of an expedient for giving myself a little peace and a chance to talk about something else. "Come, Nellie," I said, "one good turn deserves another. I have told you everything I can think of that can possibly be of interest to you about Europe. Now give me some information about the other place where you are going. You must have laid up a large stock of information in all these years." "What on earth did she say?" Ruth asked curiously, while Eurie was in great glee over the story. "She was as puzzled as if I had spoken to her in Greek. 'What in the world can you be talking about?' she said. 'I'm not going anywhere else that I know of. My head has been full of Europe for the past year, and I haven't talked nor thought about any other journey.' Well, I enlightened her as to her expectations, and what do you think she said? You wouldn't be able to guess, so I'll tell you. She said I was irreverent, and that no one who respected religion would ask such questions as that, and she actually went off in a huff over my wickedness. So, naturally, I have been chary of trying to get some information on such reverent subjects ever since." Whereupon all these silly young ladies laughed long and heartily over this silly talk. Flossy laughed with the rest, partly from the force of habit and partly because this recital struck her as very foolish. Every one of them saw its inconsistent side as plainly as though they had been Christians for years. More plainly, perhaps, for it is very strange what blinded eyes we can get under certain systems of living the religious faith. Presently the society of these young ladies palled upon themselves, and they agreed one with another that they had been very silly not to go to meeting, and that another evening they would at least discover what was being said before they lost the opportunity for getting seats. "Stupid set," said Eurie. "Who imagined that the crowd would do such a silly thing as to rush to that meeting, as if there were nothing else to do but go flying off for a seat the moment the bell rings? I thought there would be crowds out here, and we would make some pleasant acquaintances, and perhaps get a chance to take a boat ride." And so, in some disgust, they voted to bring the first day at Chautauqua to a sudden close, and try tent life. Silence and darkness reigned in the tent where our girls had disposed of themselves. It was 2 hours since they had come in. It took more than an hour, and much talking and more laughter, not to mention considerable grumbling on Ruth's part, before everything was arranged to their satisfaction, or, as Ruth expressed it, to their endurance, for the night. 3 of the girls were sleeping quietly, their fun and their discontents alike forgotten, but Flossy tossed wearily on her bed, turned her pillow and turned it back again, and sought in vain for a quiet spot. With the silence and the darkness her unrest had come upon her again with tenfold force. She felt no nearer a solution of her trouble than she had in the morning. In fact, the pain had deepened all day, and the only definite feeling she had about it now was that she could not live so; that something must be done; that she must get back to her home and her old life, where she might hope to forget it all and be at peace again. Into the quiet of the night came a firm, manly step, and the movement of chairs right by her side, so at least it seemed to her. All unused to tent life as she was a good deal startled, she raised herself on one elbow and looked about her in a frightened way before she realized that the sounds came from the tent next to theirs. Before her thoughts were fairly composed they were startled anew, this time with the voice of prayer. Very distinct the words were on this still night air. Every sentence was as clear as though it had really been spoken in the same tent. Now, there was something peculiar in the voice. Clearly cut and rounded the words were, like that of a man very decided, very positive in his views, and very earnest in his life. There was also a modulation to the syllables that Flossy could not describe, but that she felt. And she knew that she had heard that voice twice before, once on the boat the evening before, and once as they jostled together in the crowd on their way to dinner. She felt sorry to be unwittingly a listener to a prayer that the Maker evidently thought was being heard only by his Saviour. But she could not shut out the low and yet wonderfully distinct sentences, and presently she ceased to wish to, for it became certain that he was praying for her. He made it very plain. He called her "that young girl who said to day that she could not think of thee as her father, who seems to want to be led by the hand to thee." Did you ever hear yourself prayed for by an earnest, reverent, pleading voice? Then perhaps you know something of Flossy's feelings as she lay there in the darkness. She had never heard any one pray for her before. So destitute was she of real friends that she doubted much whether there were one person living who had ever before earnestly asked God to make her his child. That was what the prayer was asking. She lifted the white sleeve of her gown, and wiped away tear after tear as the pleading voice went on. Very still she was. It seemed to her that she must not lose a syllable of the prayer, for here at last was the help that she had been seeking, blindly, and without knowing that she sought, all this long, heavy day. Help? Yes, plain, clear, simple help. How small a thing it seemed to do! "Show her her need of thee, blessed Jesus," thus the prayer ran. And oh, hadn't he showed her that? It flashed over her troubled brain, then and there. "It is Jesus that I need. It is he who can help me. I believe he can. I believe he is the only one who can." This was her confession of faith. Then lead her to ask the help of thee that she needs; just to come to thee as the little child would go to her mother, and say, "Jesus, take me, make me thy child." Only that? Was it such a little, little thing to do? How wonderful! The praying ceased, and the young man who had remembered the stranger to whom God had given him a chance to speak during the day, all unconscious that other ear than God's had heard his words of prayer, laid himself down to quiet sleep. Flossy lay very still. The rain had ceased during the afternoon, and now some solemn stars were peeping in through the chinks in the tent, and the earth was moonlighted. She raised herself on one elbow and looked around on her companions. How soundly asleep they were! Another few minutes of stillness and irresolution. Then a white-robed figure slipped softly and quietly to the floor and on her knees, and a low whispered voice repeated again and again these words, "Jesus, take me, make me thy child." It wasn't very long afterward that she lay quietly down on her pillow, and earth went on exactly as if nothing at all had happened, knew nothing at all about it. Even the sleeper by her side was totally ignorant of the wonderful tableau that had been acted all about her that evening. But if Eurie Mitchell could have had one little peep into heaven, just then, what would her entranced soul have thought of the music and the enjoyment there? For what must it be like when there is "joy in the presence of the angels in heaven"? End of chapter 8. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 9 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 9, Fleeing. The next morning every one of them ran away from the meeting. The way of it was this. As they came up from breakfast and stood at the tent door discussing the question whether they would go to the early meeting, Mrs. Duane Smith passed, glanced up at them carelessly, then looked back curiously, and at last turned and came back to them. "I beg pardon," she said, "but isn't this Miss Erskine? It surely is. I thought I recognized your face, but couldn't be sure in these strange surroundings. And you have a party with you? How delightful! We were just wishing for more ladies. I really don't think it is going to rain much to day, and we have a lovely prospect in view. You must certainly join us." Then followed introductions and explanations. Mrs. Duane Smith was a Saratoga acquaintance of Ruth Erskine, and was en route for Jamestown for the day. "Where is Jamestown?" queried Eurie, who was a very useful member of society, in that she never pretended knowledge that she did not possess, so that you had only to keep still and listen to the answers that were made to her questions in order to know a good deal. "It is at the head of this lovely little lake, or at the foot, I'm sure I don't know which way to call it, and it is nothing of consequence, of course, but the ride thither is said to be charming, and we are going to take a lunch, and picnic in a private way, just for the fun of getting together, you know, in a more social manner than one can accomplish in this wilderness of people. Isn't it a queer place, Miss Erskine? I am dying to know how you happened to come here." Ruth arched her eyebrows. "I confess it is almost as strange as what brought you here," she said, smiling. "I can answer that in an instant. I have a ridiculous nephew here, who thought that a week of meetings from morning to night would be just a trifle short of paradise, so what did he do but smuggle us all off this way. I shall find it a bore, of course, and the only way to get through with it is to have little pleasure excursions like the one we propose to day. Now you know as much about Mrs. Duane Smith as though I should write about her for a week. It is strange how little we have to say before we have explained to people not only our intellectual but our moral status. Our girls, you will remember, had as little regard for the meetings as girls could have, and they had by this time begun to feel themselves in a strange atmosphere, without acquaintances or gentlemanly attentions, so it took almost no persuasion at all to induce them to join Mrs. Smith's party, composed of 2 young ladies and 4 young gentlemen. It would be difficult to explain to you what a disappointment the decision to spend the day in frolic, instead of going to the meetings, was to Flossy. All the morning her heart had been in a great flutter of happiness over the beautiful day that stretched out before her. To meet those earnest, eager people again, to hear those hymns, to hear the voice of prayer all about her, to hear the constant allusions that were so strange and so saddening to her yesterday, and that now she understood, how blessed it would be! She had gone about the bewilderments of her toilet in a tent with a serenely happy face, and almost unawares had hummed the refrain of a tune that had already shown itself a favorite at Chautauqua. "Flossy is like herself this morning," Eurie said, as she heard the happy little song. "I think she has recovered from her homesickness." Tents are not convenient places in which to make private remarks. Flossy overheard this one and smiled to herself. Yes, she had gotten over her homesickness. She had found home. She gave a little exclamation of dismay as she heard the plannings for the day, and said: "But, Ruth, what about the meetings?" "Well," Ruth had said, with her most provokingly nonchalant air, "I haven't made any inquiry, but I presume they will continue them all day just the same as if we were here. I don't think they will change the programme on our account." And Eurie had said, mischievously: "Flossy is afraid it is not the aristocratic thing to do, not to stay to all the meetings." "Oh, as to that," Mrs. Smith had said, she was one of those interesting people who always take remarks seriously, "I assure you it is what the first people on the ground are doing. Of course none of them would be so absurd as to think of attending meetings all the time. The brain wouldn't endure such a strain." "Of course not," Marion had answered with gravity. "My brain is already very tired. I think yours must be exhausted." Flossy meditated a daring resolution to stay behind and take her rest in the way she coveted; but the impossibility of explaining what would appear to the others as merely an ill-natured freak, and occasion no end of talk, deterred her, and with slow, reluctant steps she followed the merry group down to the wharf. If those people had stopped long enough to think of it, this disposal of themselves would have had its ludicrous side. Certainly it was a strange fancy to run away 20 miles with lunches done up in paper in search of a picnic, when Chautauqua was one great picnic ground, stretching out before them in beauty and convenience. But the entire group belonged to that class of people for whom the fancy of the moment, whatever it may be, has infinite charms. There was plenty of room on the Colonel Phillips; very few people were traveling in that direction. "It is really queer," the Captain was overheard to say, "to take a party away from the grounds at this hour of the day." "What an enthusiastic set of people they are about here," Eurie said to Mr. Rawson, one of Mrs. Smith's party, as they paced the deck together. "The people all talk and act as though there was nowhere to go and nothing to do but attend those meetings. For my part it is a real relief to have a change in the programme." "Do you find it so?" he asked. "Well, now, I don't agree with you. I think this proceeding is a real bore. My respected aunt is always getting up absurd freaks, and this is one of them, and the worst one, in my opinion, that she has had for some time. I wanted to go to those meetings to day, some of them at least. One is not obliged to be there every minute, but it looks badly to run away." Eurie eyed him closely. "Are you the 'good nephew' that your aunt said thought these meetings only a step below paradise?" she asked at last. "I wonder you would consent to come." Mr. Rawson flushed deeply. "I am not the 'good nephew' at all," he said, trying to laugh. "The good one wouldn't come. My aunt tried all her powers of persuasion on him in vain. But the truth is her eloquence, or her persistence, proved too much for me, though I don't like the looks of it, and I don't feel the pleasure of it, and I am afraid I shall make anything but an agreeable addition to the party. Now that is being frank, isn't it, when I am walking the deck with a young lady?" "I don't see why that circumstance should make it a surprising thing that you are frank. But I am very sorry for you. Perhaps you might prevail upon the captain to put you off now, and let you swim back. You could get there in time for the sermon. Is there to be a sermon? What is it you are so anxious to hear?" "All of it," he said gloomily. "I beg your pardon for being in so disagreeable a mood. It is defrauding you out of some of your expected pleasure to have a dismal companion. But as I have commenced by being frank, I may as well continue. I am dissatisfied with myself. I ought not to have come on this excursion. The truth is, I meant to make Chautauqua a help to me. I need the help badly enough. I am in the rush and whirl of business all the time at home. This is the only 2 weeks in the year that I am free, and I wanted to make it a great spiritual help to me. I know very well that merely hovering around in such an atmosphere as that at Chautauqua is a help to the Christian, and I came with the full intention of taking in all that I could get of this sort of inspiration, and it chafes me that so early in the meeting I have been led away against my inclinations by a little pressure that I might have resisted, and done no harm to any one. My cousin had the same sort of influence brought to bear on him, and it had no more effect on him than it would on a stone." He stopped, and seemed to give Eurie a chance to answer, but she was not inclined, and he added, as if he had just thought his words an implied reproach, "I can understand now, to you young ladies of comparative leisure, with plenty of time to cultivate the spiritual side of your natures, it should seem an unnecessary and perhaps a wearisome thing to attend all these meetings, but you cannot understand what it is to be in the whirl of business life, never having time to think, hardly having time to pray, and to get away from it all and go to heaven, as it were, for a fortnight, is something to be coveted by us as a great help." Once more he waited for Eurie's answer, but it was very different from what he had seemed to expect. "You might just as well talk to me in the Greek language. I should understand quite as well what you have been saying. I don't think I have any spiritual side to my nature; at least it has never been cultivated if I have; and Chautauqua to me is just the place in which to have a good free easy time; go where I like, and stay as long as I like; and for once in my life not to be bound by conventional forms. If heaven is anything like that, I shouldn't object to it; but I'm sure your and my idea of it would differ. There, I've been frank now, and shocked you, I know. I see it in every line of your face. Poor fellow! I don't know what you will do, for there isn't a single one of us who has the least idea what you mean by that sort of talk, unless you have some young ladies of a different type in your party, and from their manner I rather doubt it." She had shocked him. He looked not only pained, but puzzled. "I am very sorry," he stammered. "I mean surprised, yes, and disappointed. Of course I am that. I think I had imagined that it was only Christians who could be attracted to Chautauqua at all. I meant to come to stay through all the services." "Your aunt, for instance?" Eurie said inquiringly. "My aunt is a Christian," he answered, "and a sincere one, too, though I see for some reason you don't think so. There are degrees in Christianity, Miss Mitchell, just as there are in amiability, or culture, or beauty." "Mr. Rawson!" called a voice from the other end, at this moment, and he in obedience to the call found Eurie a seat near some of her party and went away, only stopping to say in low tones: "I am sorry it is all Greek to you. You would enjoy understanding it, I am sure." It so happened that these two people did not exchange another word together that day, but Eurie had got her thrust when and where she least expected it. She had taken it for granted that not a single fanatic was of their party. In the secret of her wise heart she denominated all the earnest people at Chautauqua fanatics, and all the half-hearted people hypocrites. Only she, who stood outside and felt nothing, was sincere and wise. Meantime, Marion had undertaken a strange task. Mr. Charlie Flint was the gentleman who had drawn his chair near her, and said, as he drew a long breath: "It is exceedingly pleasant to breathe air once more that isn't heavy with psalm singing. I think they are running that thing a little too steep over there. Who imagined that they were going to have meeting every minute in the day and evening, and give nobody a chance to breathe?" "Have they exhausted you already?" Marion asked. "Let me see, this is the morning of the second day, is it not?" "Oh, as to myself, I was exhausted before I commenced it. I am only speaking a word for the lunatics who think they enjoy it. I am one of the victims of our cousin's whim. He expects to get me converted here, I think, or something of that sort." "I wouldn't be afraid of it," Marion said in disgust. "I don't believe there is the least danger." Mr. Charlie chose to consider this a compliment, and bowed and smiled, and said: "Thanks. Now, tell me why, please?" "You don't look like that class of people who are affected in that way." He was wonderfully interested, and begged at once to know why. Marion had it in her heart to say, "Because they all look as though they had some degree of brain as well as body," but even she had a little regard left for feelings, so she contented herself with saying, savagely: "Oh, they, as a rule, are the sort of people who think there is something in life worth doing and planning for, and you look as though that would be too much trouble." Now, Mr. Charlie by no means liked to be considered devoid of energy, so he said: "Oh, you mistake. I think there are several things worth doing. But this eternal going to meeting, and whining over one's soul, is not to my taste." "You think that it is more worth your while to take ladies out to ride and walk, and carry their parasols and muffs for them, and things of that sort. Since we are made for the purpose of staying here and showing our fine clothes for all eternity, of course it is foolish to have anything to do with one's soul that can only last for a few years or so." She hardly realized herself the intense scorn there was in her voice, and as for Charlie Flint, he muttered to himself: "Upon my word, she is one of them, of the bitterest sort, too. What in creation is she doing here? Why didn't she stay there and preach?" End of Chapter 9. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 10 of Four Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Four Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 10. How the Flitting Ended. As for Ruth Erskine, if she had been asked whether she was enjoying the day, she would hardly have known what answer to make. She could not even tell why the excursion was not in every respect all that it had promised in the morning. She had no realization of how much the atmosphere of the day before lingered around her, and made her notice the contrast between the people of yesterday and the people of to day. Mrs. Smith, if she were a Christian, as her nephew insisted, was one of the most unfortunate specimens of that class for Ruth Erskine to meet, because she was a woman who entered into pleasure and fashion, and entertainments of all sorts, with zest and energy, and only in matters of religious interest seemed to lose all life and zeal. Now Ruth Erskine, calm as a summer morning herself over all matters pertaining to the souls of people in general, and her own in particular, was yet exceedingly fond of seeing other people act in a manner that she chose to consider consistent with their belief, therefore she despised Mrs. Smith for what she was pleased to term her hypocrisy. At the same time, while at Saratoga, she had quite enjoyed her society. They rode together on fine mornings, sipped their "Congress" together before lunch, and attended hops together in the evenings. Now the reason why Mrs. Smith's society had so suddenly palled upon her, and the words that she was pleased to call conversation became such vapid things, Ruth did not know, and did not for one instant attribute to Chautauqua; and yet that meeting had already stamped its impression upon her. From serene, indifferent heights she liked to look down upon and admire earnestness; therefore Chautauqua, despite all her disgust over the common surroundings and awkward accommodations, had pleased her fancy and arrested her attention more than she herself realized. It was her fate to be thrown almost constantly with Mrs. Smith during the day, and before the afternoon closed she was surfeited. She heartily wished herself back to the grounds, and found herself wondering what they were singing, and whether the service of song was really very interesting. One episode in her day had interested her, and she could not tell whether it had most amused or annoyed her. One of their party was conversing with a gentleman as she came up. She had just time to observe that he was young and fine looking, when the two turned to her, and she was introduced to the stranger. "Are you from Chautauqua?" he asked, speaking rapidly and earnestly. "Grand meeting, isn't it? Going to be better than last year, I think. Were you there? No? Then you don't know what a treat you are to have. I'm very sorry to lose to day. It has been a good day, I know. The program was rich, but a matter of business made it necessary to be away. It is unfortunate for me that I am so near home. If I were 200 or 300 miles away where the business couldn't reach me, I should get more benefit. Miss Erskine, what is your opinion of the direct spiritual results of this gathering? I do not mean upon Christians. No one, of course, can doubt its happy influence upon our hearts and lives. But I mean, are you hopeful as to the reaching of many of the unconverted, or do you consider its work chiefly among us?" Such a volley of words! They fairly poured forth! And the speaker was so intensely in earnest, and so assured in his use of that word "we," as if it were a matter that was entirely beyond question that she was one of the magic "we." She did not know how to set out to work to enlighten him. In fact, she gave little thought to that part of the matter, but, instead, fell to wondering what was her idea, whether she did expect to see results of any sort from the great gathering, and that being the case, what she expected. Spiritual results, she said to herself, and a smile hovered over her face. What were spiritual results? She knew nothing about them. Were there any such things? Eurie Mitchell, had such a question occurred to her, would have asked it aloud at once and enjoyed the sense of shocking her auditor. But Ruth did not like to shock people; she was too much of a lady for that. "What proportion of that class of people are here, do you think?" she said at last. "Are not the most of them professing Christians?" "Precisely the question that interests me. I should really like to know. I wonder if there is no way of coming at it? We might call for a rising vote of all who loved the Lord. Could we not? Wouldn't it be a beautiful sight? An army standing up for Him! I incline to your opinion that the most of them are Christians, or at least a large proportion; but I should very much like to know just how far this idea had touched the popular heart, so as to call out those who are not on the Lord's side." "They would simply have come for the fun of the thing, or the novelty of it," she said, feeling amused again that almost of necessity she was speaking of herself and using the pronoun they. What would this gentleman think if he should bring about that vote of which he spoke and happen to see her among the seated ones? "A wolf in sheep's clothing he would suppose me to be," she said to herself, "but I am sure I have not told him that I belong to the 'we' at all. If he chooses to assume things in that way, it is not my fault." Apparently he answered both her expressed sentence and her thought. "I do not think so," he said earnestly. "I doubt if any have come simply for the fun or for novelty. There are better places in which to gratify both tastes. I believe there is more actual interest in this subject, even among the unconverted, than many seem to think. They are reasonable beings. They must think, and many of them, no doubt, think to good purpose. It may not be clear even to themselves for what they have come; but I believe in some instances, to say the least, it will prove to have been the call of the Spirit." Again Ruth felt herself forced to smile, Not at the earnestness, she liked that. But there was her party, and she rapidly reviewed them. Marion, with her calm, composed, skeptical views, indifferent alike to the Christian or unchristian way of doing things. Eurie, who lived and breathed for the purpose of having what in wild moments she called a high time. Flossy, with her dainty wardrobe, and her dainty ways, and her indifference to everything that demanded thought or care. Which of them had been "called by the Spirit"? There was herself, and for the time she gave a little start. What had she come to Chautauqua for? After all, she was the only one who seemed to be absolutely without a reason for being there. Marion's avowed intention had been to make some money; Eurie's to have a free and easy time. Flossy had come as she did everything else, because they did. But now, what about Ruth Erskine? She was not wont to do as others did, unless it happened to please her. What had been her motive? It was strange to feel that she really did not know. What if this strange speaking young man were right, and she had been singled out by the Spirit of God? The thought gave her a thrill, not of pleasure, but of absolute nervous fear. What did she know of that gracious Spirit? What did she know of Christ? To her there was no beauty in him. She desired simply to be left alone. She was silent so long that her companion gave her a very searching review from under his heavy eyebrows, and then his face suddenly lighted as if he had solved a problem. "May I venture to prophesy that you have some friend here whom you would give much to feel had been drawn here by the very Spirit of God?" He spoke the words eagerly and with earnestness, but with utmost respect, and added, "If I am right, I will add the name to my list for special prayer. Do not think me rude, please. I know how pleasant it is to feel there is a union of desire in prayer. I have enjoyed that help often. We do not always need to know who those are for whom we pray. God knows them, and that is the needful thing. Good evening. I am glad to have met you. It is pleasant to have additions to our list of fellow heirs." How bright his smile was as he said those words! And how thoroughly manly and yet how strikingly childlike had been his words and his trust! Ruth watched him as he walked rapidly away to overtake a friend who had just passed them. Do you remember a certain gentleman, Harold Wayne by name, who had walked with them, walked especially with Ruth, down to the depot on the morning of departure, who had toyed with her fan and complained that he could not imagine what they were going to bury themselves out there for? Ruth thought of him now, and the contrast between his lazily exquisite air and drawling words, and the fresh, earnest life that glowed in this young man's veins, brought a positive quiver of disgust over her handsome face. There was no shadow of a smile upon it now. Instead, she felt a nameless dread. How strange the talk had been! To what had she committed herself by her silence and his blunders? She pray for any one! What a queer thing that would be to do! She anxious that any one should be led by the Spirit of God! The Spirit of God frightened her. For whom would this young man pray? Not certainly for any friend of hers. Yet he would put the name of some stranger in his prayers. He was thoroughly in earnest, and he was the sort of a man to do just what he said. God, he had said, would understand whom he meant. For whom would God count those prayers? For her? And that thought also frightened her. "They are all lunatics, I verily believe, from the leaders to the followers," she said in irritation, and then she wished herself at home. During the remainder of the day she was engaged in trying to shake off the impression that the stranger had left upon her. Go where she would, say what she might, and she really exerted herself to be brilliant and entertaining, there followed her around the memory of those great earnest eyes when he said, "I will add the name to my list for special prayer." What name? He knew hers. He would say, doubtless, her friend for whom she was anxious. But the one to whom he prayed would know there was no such person. What would he do with that earnest prayer? For she knew it would be earnest. She was not used to theological mazes, and if ever a girl was heartily glad when a day of pleasuring was over, and the boat had touched again at the Chautauqua wharf, it was Ruth Erskine. As for Flossy, it so happened that Charlie Flint, after Marion had startled and disgusted him, sought refuge with her. She was pretty and dainty, and did not look strong-minded, not in the least as if her forte was to preach, so he made ready to have a running fire of small talk with her. This had been Flossy's power in conversation for several years. He had judged her rightly there. But do you remember with whom her morning had commenced? Do you know that all the day thus far she had seemed to herself to be shadowed by a glorious presence, who walked steadily beside her, before her, on either hand, to shield and help and bless? It was very sweet to Flossy, and she was very happy; happier than she had ever been in her life. She smiled to herself as the others chatted, she hummed in undertone the refrain of a hymn that she had caught in a near tent that morning: "I am so glad that Jesus loves me." Wasn't she glad! Was there anything better to find in all this world than the assurance of this truth? She felt that the thought was large enough to fill heaven itself. After that, what hope was there for Charlie Flint and his small talk? Still, he tried it, and if ever he did hard work it was during that talk. Flossy was sweet and cheery, but preoccupied. There was a tantalizingly pleasant smile on her face, as if her thoughts might be full of beauty, but none of them seemed to appear in her words. She did not flush over his compliments, nor was she disturbed at his bantering. He got out of all patience. "I beg pardon," he said in his flippantly gallant way, "but I'm inclined to think you are very selfish. You are having your enjoyment all to yourself. To judge by the face which you have worn all day, your heart is bubbling over with it, and yet you think about it instead of giving me a bit." Flossy looked up with a shy, sweet smile that was very pleasant to see, and the first blush he had been able to call forth that day glowed on her cheeks. Was it true? she questioned within herself. Was she being selfish in this, her new joy? Ought she try to tell him about it? Would he understand? And could she speak about such things anyway? She didn't know how. She shrank from it, and yet perhaps it would be so pleasant to him to know. No, on the whole, she did not think it would be pleasant. They had not talked of the meetings nor of religious matters at all; but for all that, the subtle magnetism that there is about some people had told her that Charlie Flint would not sympathize in her new hopes and joys. Well, if that were so, ought she not all the more to tell him, so that he might know that to one more person Christ had proved himself a reality, and not the spiritual fancy that he used to seem to her? Flossy, you see, was taking long strides that first day of her Christian experience, and was reaching farther than some Christians reach, who have been practicing for years. Something told her that here was a chance of witnessing for the one who had just saved her. She thought these thoughts much more quickly than it has taken me to write them, and then she spoke. "Have I been selfish? I do not know but I have. It is all so utterly new that I hardly know how I am acting. But it is true that my heart has been as light as a bird's all day. The truth is, I have found a friend here at Chautauqua who has just satisfied me." "Have you, indeed?" said Mr. Charlie, giving, in spite of his well-bred effort to quell it, an amused little laugh. And in his heart he said, "What a ridiculous little mouse she is! I wonder if they have the wedding day set already, and if she will announce it to me." Then aloud, "How very fortunate you have been! I wish I could find a friend so easily as that. I wonder if I am acquainted with him? Would you mind telling me his name?" And then Flossy answered just one word in a low voice that was tremulous with feeling, and at the same time wonderfully clear, and with a touch of joy in it that would not be suppressed: "Jesus." Then it was that the exquisite young fop at her side was utterly dumbfounded. He could not remember ever before in his life being so completely taken by surprise and dismay that he had not a word to answer. But this time he said not a single word. He did not even attempt an answer, but paced the length of the deck beside her in utter and confused silence, then abruptly seated her, still in silence, and went hurriedly away. Flossy, occupied with the rush of feeling that this first witnessing for the new name called forth, gave little heed to his manner, and was indifferent to his departure. He was right as to the one thing: her love was still selfish; it was so new and sweet to her that it occupied all her heart, and left no room as yet for the outside world who knew not this friend of hers. They were almost at the dock now, and the glimmer of the Chautauqua lights was growing into a steady brightness. As she stood leaning over the boat's side and watching the play of the silver waves, there brushed past her one who seemed to be very quietly busy. One hand was full of little leaflets, and he was dropping one on each chair and stool as he passed. She glanced at the one nearest her and read the title, "The True Friend," and it brought an instant flush of brightness to her face to understand those words and feel that the friend was hers. Then she glanced at the worker and recognized his face. He had prayed for her. She could not forget that face. It was plain also that his eyes fell on her. He knew her, and something in her face prompted the low-toned sentence as he paused before her. "You have found the Father, I think." And Flossy, with brightening eyes, answered quickly, "Yes, I have." And then the boat touched the wharf, and the crowd elbowed their way out. There were two opinions expressed about that excursion by two gentlemen as they made their way up the avenue. One of the gentlemen was clerical and spectacled and solemn. "There go a boatload of excursionists," he said to his companion. "They come, as likely as not delegates, from some church or Sabbath school, and the way they do their work is to go off for a frolic and be gone all day. I saw them when I left this morning. That is a specimen of a good deal of the dissipation that is going on here under the guise of religion. I don't know about it. Sometimes I am afraid more harm than good will be done." The other speaker was Mr. Charlie Flint, and as he rushed past these two he said to his companion, "Confound it all! Talk about getting away from these meetings! It's no use. It can't be done. A fellow might just as well stay here and run every time the bell rings. I heard more preaching today on this excursion than I did yesterday, and a good deal more astonishing preaching, too." End of chapter 10. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 11 of Four Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Four Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 11. Heart Touches. Marion gave her hair an energetic twist as she made her toilet the next morning and announced her determination. "This day is to be devoted conscientiously to the legitimate business that brought me to this region. Yesterday's report will have to be copied from the Buffalo papers or made out of my own brain. But I am going to work to day. I have a special interest in the program for this morning. The subject for the lecture just suits me." "What is it?" Eurie asked, yawning, and wishing there was another picnic in progress. Neither heart nor brain were particularly interested in Chautauqua. "Why, it is 'The Press and the Sunday School.' Of course the Press attracts me, as I intend to belong to the staff when I get through teaching young ideas." "But what about the Sunday School?" Ruth questioned, with a calm voice. "You cannot be expected to have any special interest in that. You never go to such an institution, do you?" "I was born and brought up in one, but that isn't the point. The subject to day is Sunday School literature, I take it. The subject is strung together, the Press and the Sunday School, without any periods between them; and I'm exceedingly interested in that, for just as soon as I get time I'm going to write a Sunday School book." This announcement called forth bursts of laughter from all the girls. "Why not?" Marion said, answering the laugh. "I hope you don't intimate that I can't do it. I don't know anything easier to do. You just have to gather together the most improbable set of girls and boys, and rack your brains for things that they never did do, or could do, or ought to do, and paste them all together with a little 'good talk,' and you have your book, as orthodox as possible. Do any of you know anything about Dr. Walden? He is the speaker. I presume he is as dry as a stick, and won't give me a single idea that I can weave into my book. I'm going to begin it right away. Girls, I'm going to put you all in, only I can't decide which shall be the good one. Flossy, do you suppose there is enough imagination in me to make you into a book saint? They always have a saint, you know." There was a pretty flush on Flossy's cheek, but she answered brightly: "You might try, Marion, and I'll engage to practice on the character if it is really and truly a good one." "I had a glimpse of Dr. Walden," Eurie said, answering the question. "He was pointed out to me yesterday. He looked dignified enough to write a theological review. I'm not going to hear him. What's the use? I came for fun, and I'm going in search of it all this day. I have studied the program, and there is just one thing that I'm going to attend, and that is Frank Beard's Chalk Talk. I know that will be capital, and he won't bore one with a sermon poked in every 2 minutes." So the party divided for the day. Marion and Ruth went to the stand, and Flossy strayed to a side tent, and what happened to her you shall presently hear. Eurie wandered at her fancy, and enjoyed a stupid time, so she reported. Marion's pencil moved rapidly over the paper almost as soon as Dr. Walden commenced, until presently she whispered in dismay to Ruth, "I do wish he would say something to leave out. This letter will be fearfully long. How sharp he is, isn't he?" Then she scribbled again. Ruth had the benefit of many side remarks. "My!" Marion said, with an accompanying grimace. "What an army of books! All for Sunday schools! 3 millions given out every Sunday! Does that seem possible? Brother Hart, I'm afraid you are mistaken. Didn't he say that was Dr. Hart's estimate, Ruthie? There is certainly a good chance for mine, if so many are needed every week. I shall have to go right to work at it. What if I should write one, Ruth, and what if it should take, and all the millions of Sunday schools want it at once? Just as likely as not. I am a genius. They never know it until afterward. I shall certainly put you in, Ruthie, in some form. So you are destined to immortality, remember." "I wish you wouldn't whisper so much," whispered back Ruth. "People are looking at us in an annoyed way. What is the matter with you, Marion? I never knew you to run on in such an absurd way. That is bad enough for Eurie." "I'm developing," whispered Marion. "It is the 'reflex influence of Chautauqua' that you hear so much about." Then she wrote this sentence from Dr. Walden's lips: Quote, "Every author whose books go into the Sabbath school is as much a teacher in that school as though he had classes there. A good book is a book that will aid the teacher in his work of bringing souls to Christ. I have known the earnest teaching of months to be defeated by one single volume of the wrong kind being placed in the hands of the scholar." End quote. Suddenly Marion sat upright, slipped her pencil and notebook into her pocket, and wrote no more. A sentence in that address had struck home. This determination to enter the lists as a writer was not all talk. She had long ago decided to turn her talents in that direction as the easiest thing in the line of literature whither her taste ran. She had read many of the standard Sunday school books, read them with amused eyes and curling lips, and felt entirely conscious that she could match them in intellectual power and interest, and do nothing remarkable then. But there rang before her this sentence: "Every author whose books go into the Sabbath school is as much a teacher in that school as though he had classes there." A teacher in the Sabbath school! Actually a teacher! She had never intended that. She had no desire to be a hypocrite. She had no desire to lead astray. Could she write a book that young people ought to bring from the Sabbath school with them, and have it say nothing about Christ and heaven and the Christian life? Surely she could not be a teacher without teaching of those things. Must she teach them incidentally? Was saying nothing about them speaking against them? Dr. Walden more than intimated this. "After all," she said, speaking to Ruth as the address closed, "I don't think I shall commence my book yet." "Why?" "Oh, because I am scared." Then impatiently, after a moment's silence, during which they changed their seats, "I'm disgusted with Chautauqua. It is going to spoil me. I feel my ambition oozing out at the ends of my toes, instead of my fingers as I had designed. Everybody is so awfully solemn, and has so much to say about eternity, it seems we can't whisper to each other without starting something that doesn't even end in eternity. But wasn't he logical and eloquent?" "I don't know," Ruth said, absently, and she wondered if Marion knew how true her words were. Ruth had heard scarcely a word of Dr. Walden's address since that last whisper, "So you are destined to immortality, remember." words spoken in jest, and yet thrilling her through and through with a solemn meaning. She had always known and always believed this; she was no skeptic, yet her heart had never taken it in, with a great throb of anxiety, as it did at that moment. Was she being led of the Spirit of God? The two merely changed their positions and looked about them a little, and then prepared to give attention to the next entertainment, which was a story from Emily Huntington Miller. Marion was the only one who was in the least familiar with her, she being the only one who had felt that absorbing interest in juvenile literature that had led her to keep pace with the times. "I am disposed to listen to her with all due respect and attention," she said, as she rearranged herself and got out her note book. "She is one of the few people who seem not to have bidden a solemn farewell to their common sense when they set out to entertain the children. I have read everything she ever wrote, and liked it too. I set out to make an idol of her in my more juvenile days. I used to think that the height of my ambition would be attained if I could have a long look at her. I'm going to try it to day, and see if it satisfies me; though we are such aspiring and unsatisfied creatures that I strongly suspect I shall go on reaching out for something else even after this experience." Very little whispering was done after that for some time. Although Marion made light of her youthful dreams, there was a strong feeling of excitement and interest clustering around this first sight of the woman whose name she had known so long; and something of the fair, sweet face and cultured voice fascinated and held her, much as she had fancied in her earlier days would be the case. She frowned when she heard the request to reporters to "lay aside their pencils." She had meant to earn laurels by reporting this delicious bit of imagery, set in between the graver sermons and lectures; but, after all, it was a rest to give herself up to the uninterrupted enjoyment of taking in every word and tone, taking it in for her own private benefit. The parish of Fair Haven! How heartily she enjoyed it! The refined and delicate, and yet keen and intense satire underlying the whole quaint original story was of just the nature to hold and captivate her. She was just in the mood to enjoy it, too; for was it not aimed at that class of people who awakened her own keenest sense of satire, the so-called Christian world? She did not belong to it, you know; in her own estimation was entirely without the pale of its sarcasm, stranded on a high and majestic rock of unbelief in everything, and in a condition to be amused at the follies of people who played at belief, and treated what they played was solemn realities as if they were cradle stories or nicely woven fiction. There was no listener in all that crowd who so enjoyed the keen play of wit and the sharp home thrusts as did Marion Wilbur. Ruth was a little undecided what to think. She did not belong to the class who were hit, to be sure, but her father always gave largely to missions whenever the solicitor called on him. She had heard his name mentioned with respect as one of the most benevolent men of the day. She did not quite like the very low and matter-of-course place which Mrs. Miller's view of the mission question gave him. According to the people of Fair Haven, to give one's thousands to the cause was the most commonplace thing in the world; not to do so was to be an inhuman wretch. Ruth didn't quite like it; in truth, she was just enough within the circle of modern Christianity to feel herself slightly grazed by the satire. "It is absurd," she said to Marion as they went up the hill. "What is the sense in a woman talking in that way? As if people, were they ever so good and benevolent, could get themselves up in that ridiculous manner. If we live in the world at all, we have to have a little regard for propriety. I wonder if she thinks one's entire time and money should be devoted to the heathen?" Marion answered her with spirit. "Oh, don't try to apologize for the folly that is going on in this world in the name of religion. It can't be done, and sensible people only make fools of themselves if they attempt it. There is nothing plainer or more impossible to deny than that church members give and work and pray for the heathen as though they were a miserable and abominable set of brutes, who ought to be exterminated from the face of the earth, but for whom some ridiculous fanatics called missionaries had projected a wild scheme to do something, and they, forsooth, must be kept from starving somehow, even though they had been unmitigated fools. So the paltry collections are doled out, with sarcastic undertones about the waste of money, and the sin of missionaries wearing clothes, and expecting to have things to eat after throwing themselves away. Don't talk to me. I've been to missionary societies. I know all about it. The whole system is one that is exactly calculated to make infidels. I believe Satan got it up, because he knew in just what an abominable way the dear Christians would go at it, and what a horrid farce they would make of it all. It is a great pity you are not a Christian, Marion. I never come in contact with anyone who understands their duty so thoroughly as you appear to, and I think you ought to be practicing." Ruth said this calmly enough. She was not particularly disturbed; she did not belong to them, you know. But for all that she was remotely connected with those who did, and was just enough jarred to make her give this quiet home thrust. Oddly enough it struck Marion as it never had before, although the same idea had been suggested to her by other nettled mortals. It was true that she had realized how the practicing ought to be done, and a vague wish that she did believe in it all, and could work by their professed standard with all her soul, flitted over her. Meantime, Flossy was being educated. The morning work had touched her from a different standpoint. She had not heard Dr. Walden. Instead, she had wandered into a bit of holy ground. She began by losing her way. It is one of the easiest things to do at Chautauqua. The avenues cross and recross in an altogether bewildering manner to one not accustomed to newly laid out cities. And just when one imagines himself at the goal for which he started, lo, there is woods, and nothing else anywhere. Another attempt patiently followed for an hour was the exasperating effect of bringing him to the very point from which he started. Such an experience had Flossy, when by reason of her loitering propensities she became detached from her party, and tried to find her own way to the stand. A whole hour of wandering, then a turn into perfect chaos. She had no more idea where she was than if she had been in the byways of London. Clearly she must inquire the way. She looked about her. It was queer to be lost in the woods, and yet be surrounded by tents and people. She stooped and peeped timidly into a tent, the corner of which was raised to admit air, and from which the sound of voices issued. "Come in," said a pleasant voice, and the bright-faced hostess arose from the foot of her bed and came forward with greeting, exactly as though they had been waiting for Flossy all the morning. "Would you like to rest? Come right in, we have plenty of room and the most lovely accommodations," and a silvery laugh accompanied the words, while the little lady whisked a tin basin from a low stool, and dusting it rapidly with her handkerchief, proffered her guest a seat, with as graceful an air as though the stool had been an easy chair upholstered in velvet. The only other sitting place, the low bed, was full, there being 3 ladies tucked about on it in various degrees of restful work, for they had books and papers strewn about, and each held a pencil poised as if ready for action at a moment. "I am afraid I intrude," Flossy said sweetly, "but the truth is, I have lost my friends and my way, and really am an object of pity, for I have been wandering up hill and down, till my strength is less than it was." "Poor child!" came sympathetically from the bed, spoken by the eldest of the ladies, while another rapidly improvised a fan of the Sunday school Times and passed it to her. Meantime Flossy looked about her in secret delight. Something about the air of the tent and the surroundings, and an indefinite something about every one of the ladies, told her as plainly as words could have done that she was among the workers; that she had unwittingly and gracefully slipped behind the scenes, and had been cordially admitted to one of the workshops of Chautauqua. And there were so many things she wanted to know. Chapter 12 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 12. Flossy at School. She hadn't the least idea who they were, but, like an earnest little diplomatist, she set to work to find out. "I started for the auditorium," she said. "I wanted to hear Dr. Walden, but he has had time to make a long speech and get through since I first started. I think it must be nearly 11." "No," they said laughing, "it's only 10:30." Her wanderings had not been so long as they seemed; but it was hardly worth while to try to hear anything from him now, she could not be at all likely to get a seat, and besides, his time was nearly over. She would better wait and go down with them in time for Mrs. Miller. "We were obliged to miss Dr. Walden," the elder lady explained. "We disliked to very much. Probably it was as instructive as anything we shall get; but we had work that had to be done, so we ran away." "Do you have to bring work to Chautauqua with you?" Flossy asked with insinuating sweetness. "How very busy you must be! I would have tried to run away from my work for 2 weeks if I had been you." The bright little hostess laughed. "Chautauqua makes work," she said, "and somebody has to get ready for it. This lady beside me expects an overwhelming Sabbath class here, and much time has to be given to the lesson. We lesser mortals are ostensibly going to help her, but in reality we are going to look and see how she does it." "Have you found out?" Flossy asked in a little tremor of delight. This was what she wanted, to know how to do it all. The lady who had been pointed out as teacher answered her quickly, so far as her words could be said to be an answer. "Are you a Sabbath school teacher?" "No," Flossy said, flushing and feeling like a naughty child whose curiosity had led her into mischief. "No, I am not anything, but I want to be. I don't know how to work at all in any way, but I want to learn." "Are you looking for work to do for the Master?" the same lady asked, with a sweet cheery voice and smile, not at all as if this were a subject which she must touch cautiously. "Yes," Flossy said, her cheeks all in a glow. She did not know how to work, but she had just found out that she wanted to; indeed she had but yesterday known anything of him. Then this unusual company of ladies came with one consent and eager eyes and voices and took her hand, and said how glad they were to welcome her to the ranks. They knew she would love the work, and the rewards were so sure and so precious. All this was new and strange and delightful to Flossy. Then they began each eagerly to tell about their work. They were all infant or primary class teachers, and all enthusiasts. Who that has to do with the teaching of little children and attains to any measure of success but is largely gifted with this same element? They had been talking over and preparing their lesson together, and they talked it over again before the bewildered Flossy, who had no idea that there was such a wonderful story in all the Bible as they were developing out of a few bare details. "We had just reached the vital point of the entire lesson," explained the leader. "The place where every true teacher needs most help; where, having arranged all her facts and got them in martial order in her brain, she wants to know the best way of making those facts of practical present service to the little children who will be before her, and at this point I think every teacher needs to go to the fountainhead for help. We were just going to pray. You would like, perhaps, to join us for just a few moments." "If she wouldn't intrude," Flossy said timidly, in a tremor of satisfaction; and then for the first time in her life she bowed with a company of her own sex, and heard the simple earnest voice of prayer. The words were startlingly direct and simple, and Flossy, who had been full of mysterious awe on this question, and who much doubted whether her timid whispers alone in her tent could have been called prayer, was reassured and comforted. If this were prayer, it was simply talking in a sweet, natural voice, and in the most simple and natural language, with a dear and wise friend. It was the most quiet and yet the most confident way of asking for just what one wanted, and nothing more. It was what Flossy needed. She took long strides in her religious education there on her knees; and as they went out from that tent and down the hill to the meeting, there was born in her heart an eager determination to enter the lists as a Sabbath school teacher the very first opportunity, and to pray her lesson into her heart, having done what she could to get it into her head. If her anxious and well nigh discouraged pastor could have been gifted with supernatural and prophetic vision, and could have seen that resolve, and, looking ahead, the fruit that was to be born from it, how would his anxious soul have thanked God and taken courage! In this mood came Flossy to listen to the story of "The Parish of Fairhaven," as it flowed down to her in Mrs. Miller's smooth toned musical voice. One who comes from her knees to listen is sure to find the seed of it has been put in. Flossy found hers. Often in the course of her young life she had been at church and sat in the attitude of listener while a missionary sermon was preached. She had heard, perhaps, 10 sentences from those sermons, not 10 consecutive sentences, but words scattered here and there through the whole. From these she had gathered that there was to be a collection taken for the cause of missions. Just where the money was to go, and what was to be done with it when it arrived, what had been accomplished by missionary effort, what the Christian world was hoping for in that direction, all these things Flossy Shipley knew no more about than her kitten did. Perhaps it was not strange, then, that although abundantly supplied with pin money, she had never in her life given anything to the work of missions. Not that she would not willingly have deposited some of her money in the box for whatever use the authorities chose to make of it, had she happened to have any, but young ladies as a rule have been educated to imagine that there is one day in the week in which their portmonnaies can be off duty. There being no shopping to be done, no worsteds to match, no confectionery to tempt, what earthly use for money? So it was locked up at home. This, at least, is the way in which Flossy Shipley had argued, without knowing that she argued at all. Now she was looking at things with new eyes, the same things that she had heard of hundreds of times, but how different they were! What a remarkable scheme it was, this carrying the story of Jesus to those miserable ignorant ones, getting them ready for the heaven that had been made ready for them! The people of Fairhaven did not appear to her like lunatics, as they did to Ruth Erskine. She was not, you will remember, of the class who had argued this question in their ignorance, and quieted their conscience with the foolish assertion that the church collections went to pay secretaries and treasurers and erect splendid public buildings. She belonged, rather, to that less hopeless class who had never thought at all. Now, as she listened, her eyes brightened with feeling and her cheeks glowed. The whole sublime romance of missions was being mapped out to her on the face of that quaint allegory, and her heart responded warmly. Curiously enough, her first throbs of conscience were not for herself, but for her father. The portly gentleman who occasionally sat at the head of the Shipley pew, and who certainly never parted company with his pocketbook on Sabbath or on any other day, did he give liberally to foreign missions? She could not determine as to the probabilities of the case. He was counted a liberal man, people liked to come to him to start subscriptions; but Flossy felt instinctively that a subscription paper with her father's name leading it was different someway from a quiet, baize-lined box, and no noise nor words. She doubted whether the cause had been materially helped by him. She lost some sentences of the story while she planned ways for interesting her father and securing liberal donations from him; and then she was suddenly startled back to personality by hearing some astounding statements from the reader. It would be so easy to drop into a household box the price of an apple, or a paper, or a glass of peanuts, and yet who does it? Why, there are young ladies who will actually not give 2 cents a week from the money that they waste. The rich blood mounted in waves to Flossy's forehead. Apples and papers were not in her line, but peanuts! Wasn't there a certain stand which she passed almost daily on her way down town, and did she ever pass it without indulging in a glass of peanuts? Neither was that the end. Why, once started on that list, and her wastes were almost numberless. How fond she was of cream dates, and how expensive they were! And oranges, the tempting yellow globes were always shining at her from certain windows as she passed. Oh, they were just endless, her temptations and her falls in that direction. Only who had ever supposed that there was any harm in this lavish treatment of herself and of any friends whom she happened to meet? Yet it was true that she had never given any money at all to the work of sending the Bible to those who were without it. "They will not give 2 cents a week," said Mrs. Miller. It was true. She had not given 2 cents a week, or even 2 cents a year. She had simply ignored the existence of such a need for money. True, she had not been a Christian, but she was surprised to see how little this refuge served her. "I have been a human being," she told herself, with a flush on her face, and I ought to have had sufficient interest in humanity to have wanted those poor creatures civilized." But there was another thrust preparing for Flossy. The reader presently touched upon one item of expenditure common to ladies, namely, kid gloves, and made the bewildering statement that economy in this matter, to the degree that needless purchases should be avoided, would treble the fund in the missionary treasury. It could not be that from among the sea of faces the speaker had singled out Flossy Shipley, and yet that was the way it seemed to her. If there was any one expense which stood out glaringly above another in her list of luxuries, it was kid gloves. They must be absolutely immaculate as to quality, shade, and fit, and she remorselessly consigned them to the waste bag at the first hint of rip or change of color. How strange that Mrs. Miller should have pitched upon just that item, and what an amazing declaration to make concerning it! It was very strange, had any one been looking on to observe it, the manner in which this young girl was being educated. It is doubtful if a whole year of church work in the regular home routine, listening to the stated, statistical sermon of her pastor, that sermon which presupposes so much more knowledge than people possess, would have begun to do for Flossy what that strange, fanciful, pungent story of Fairhaven did. Before that hour was closed, she had settled within her resolute little heart a plan that should henceforth put her in close communion and sympathy with mission work. Not exactly the plans of operation, except that kid gloves and peanuts took stern places in the background, but this was simply the foundation for a resolute system of education, carried all through her future life. What a pity it seems, sometimes, that people cannot read the hearts and watch the springs of action of those around them. If Mrs. Miller, as she closed her paper and moved away from the platform, could have seen the earnest purpose glowing and throbbing in Flossy's heart, and have known that it was born of words of hers, what a glad and thankful heart she would have carried back to her tent. Also, if the much troubled pastor at home could have taken peeps into the future, and seen what Flossy Shipley's resolves would do for missions, how glad he would have been. Perhaps it would be better to lay all the troubles and the tangles down in the Hand that overrules it all, and say, in peace and restfulness, He knoweth the end from the beginning. End of chapter 12. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 13 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 13, Cross Purposes. When people start out with the express design of having a good time, irrespective of other people's plans or feelings, in short, with a general forgetfulness of the existence of others, they are very likely to find at the close of the day that a failure has been made. It did not take the entire day to convince Eurie Mitchell that Chautauqua was not the synonym for absolute, unalloyed pleasure. You will remember that she had detached herself from her party in the early morning, and set out to find pleasure, or, as she phrased it, fun. She imagined them to be interchangeable terms. She had not meant to be deserted, but had hoped to secure Ruth for her companion, she not having the excuse of wishing to report the meetings to call her to them. Failing in her, in case she should have a fit of obstinacy, and chose to attend the meetings, Eurie counted fully upon Flossy as an ally. Much to her surprise, and no little to her chagrin, Flossy proved decidedly the more determined of the two. No amount of coaxing, and Eurie even descended to the employment of that weapon, had the least effect. To be sure, Flossy presented no more powerful argument than that it did not look well to come to the meeting and then not attend it; but she carried her point and left the young searcher for fun with a clear field. Now fun rarely comes for the searching. It is more likely to spring upon one unawares. So, though Eurie walked up and down, and stared about her, and lost herself in the labyrinths of the intersecting paths, and tore her dress in a thicket, and caught her foot in a bog, to the great detriment of shoe and temper, she still found not what she was searching for. Several times she came in sight of the stand; once or twice in sound of the speaker's voice; but having so determinately carried her point in the morning, She did not choose to abandon her position and appear among the listeners, though sorely tempted to do so. She wandered into several side tents in hope of finding something to distract her attention, but she only found that which provoked her. In one of them a young lady and gentleman were bending eagerly over a book, and talking earnestly. They were interesting looking people, and she hovered near, hoping that she had at last found the children who would play with her, a remembrance of one of her nursery stories coming to her just then, and a ludicrous sense of her resemblance to the truant boy who spent the long, bright day in the woods, searching for one not too busy to play. But these two were discussing nothing of more importance than the lesson for the coming Sabbath, and though she hovered in their vicinity for some time, she caught only stray words, names of places in the far-away Judean land, that seemed to her like a name in the Arabian Nights, or an eager dissertation on the different views of eminent commentators on this or that knotty point, and so engrossed were they in their work that they bestowed on her only the slightest passing glance, and then bent over their books. She went away in disgust. At the next tent half a dozen ladies were sitting. She halted there. Here at last were some people who, like herself, were bored with this everlasting meeting, and had escaped to have a bit of gossip. Who knew but she might creep into the circle and find pleasant acquaintances? So she drew nearer and listened a moment to catch the subject under discussion. She heard the voice of prayer, and a nearer peep showed her that every head was bowed on the seat in front, and one of the ladies, in a low voice, was asking for enlightenment on the lesson for the coming Sabbath. "What wonderful lesson can it be that is so fearfully important?" she muttered, as she plunged recklessly into the mud, and made her way in all haste up the hill without attempting any more tents. "Who ever heard such an ado made about a Sunday school lesson? These people all act as though there was nothing of any consequence anywhere but Sunday schools. I guess it is the first time that such a furor was ever gotten up over teaching a dozen verses to a parcel of children. I wonder if the people at home ever make such an uproar about the lesson? I know some teachers who own up, on the way to church, that they don't know where the lesson is. This must be a peculiar one. I wonder how I shall contrive to discover where it is? The girls won't know, of course. With all their boasted going to meeting, they know no more about lessons than I do myself. I would really like to find out. I mean to ask the next person I meet. It will be in accordance with the fashion of the place. Think of my walking down Broadway of a sunny morning, and stopping a stranger with the query, 'Will you tell me where the lesson is, please?'" And at this point Eurie burst into a laugh over the absurdity of the picture she had conjured. "But this is not Broadway," she said a moment afterward, "and I mean to try it. Here comes a man who looks as if he ought to know everything. I wonder who he is? I've seen his face a dozen times since I have been here. He led the singing yesterday. Perhaps he knows nothing but singing. They are not apt to. But his face looks as though he might have a few other ideas. Anyway, I'll try him, and if he knows nothing about it, he will go away with a confused impression that I am a very virtuous young lady, and that he ought to have known all about it, and who knows what good seed may be sown by my own wicked hand." Whereupon she halted before the gentleman who was going with rapid strides down the hill, and said in her clearest and most respectful tone, "Will you be so kind as to tell me where the lesson for next Sabbath commences? I have forgotten just where it is." There was no hesitation, no query in his face as to what she was talking about, or uncertainty as to the answer. "It is the 5th chapter from the 5th to the 15th verse," he said glibly. "All fives, you see, easy to remember. It is a grand lesson. Hard to teach, though, because it is all there. Are you a teacher for next Sunday? You must come to the teachers' meeting to-morrow morning. You will get good help there. Glorious meeting, isn't it? I'm so glad you are enjoying it." And away he went. Every trace of ill humor had vanished from Eurie's face. Instead, it was twinkling with laughter. The 5th chapter and the 15th verse of what? Certainly she had no more idea than the birds who had twittered above her head. How entirely certain he had been that of course she knew the general locality of the lesson. She, a teacher, and coming to the teachers' meeting for enlightenment as to how to teach the lesson! "I wonder who he is," she said again, as these thoughts flashed through her brain, and, following out the next impulse that came to her, she stopped an old gentleman who was walking leisurely down, and said, as she pointed out her late informant, "What is that man's name, please? I can't recall it." "That," said the old gentleman, "is Professor Sherwin of Newark. Have you heard him sing?" "Yes." "Well, that is worth hearing. And have you heard him talk?" "No." "Well, he can talk. You will hear him and enjoy it too. See if you don't. But I'll tell you what it is, young lady, to know him thoroughly you ought to hear him pray. There is the real power in a man. Let me know how a man can pray, and I'll risk his talking." Eurie had got much more information now than she had asked for. She ventured on no more questions, but made all haste to her tent, where, seated upon a corner of the bed, one foot tucked under her while the unfortunate shoe tried to dry, she sewed industriously on the zigzag tear in her dress, and tried to imagine what she could do next. Certainly they had long days at Chautauqua. "I shall go to meeting this afternoon," she said resolutely, "if they have 3 sermons, each an hour long; and what is more, I shall find out where that Sunday school lesson is." The next thing she did was to write a letter to her brother Nellis, a dashing boy 2 years her senior and her favorite companion in her search for pleasure. Here is a copy of the letter: "Dear Nell, I wish you were here. Chautauqua isn't so funny as it might be. There are some things that are done here continually. In the first place, it rains. Why, you never saw anything like it. It just can't help it. The sun puts on a bland face and looks glowing intentions, and while you are congratulating your next neighbor on the prospect, she is engaged in clutching frantically after her umbrella to save her hat from the first drops of the new shower. Next, they have meetings, and there is literally no postponement on account of the weather. It is really funny to see the way in which the people rush when the bell rings, rain or shine. Nell, only think of Flossy Shipley going in the rain to hear a man preach on 'The Influence of the Press,' or something of that sort. It was good, though, worth hearing. I went myself, because, of course, one must do something, and the frantic fashion of the place is to go to meeting. At the same time, I don't understand Flossy. She is different from what she ever was at home. I suppose it is the force of the many shining examples all around her. You know she always was a good little sheep about following somebody's lead. Marion is reporting, and has to be industrious. She is queer, Nell. She professes infidelity, you know, and you have no idea how mad she gets over anything that seems to be casting reproach upon Christianity, unless indeed she says it herself, which is often enough, but then she seems to think it is all right. Ruth keeps on the even tenor of her way. It would take an earthquake to move that girl. I have had the greatest fun this morning. I have been mistaken for a Sabbath school teacher who had the misfortune to forget at what verse her lesson commenced. You see, I was cultivating new acquaintances, and a Professor Sherwin gave me good advice. That and some other things aroused my curiosity concerning that same lesson, and I am going to find out where it is. Did you know that Sunday school lessons were such remarkable affairs? The one for next Sunday must comprise the most wonderful portion of Scripture that there is, for hundreds of people on these grounds are talking about it, and I stumbled upon a party of ladies this morning who were actually praying over it. Another thing I overheard this morning, which is news to me, that all the world was at work on the same lesson. That is rather fascinating, isn't it, to think of so many hundreds and thousands of people all pitching into the same verses on Sunday morning. It is quite sentimental, too, or capable of being made so, for instance, by a great stretch of your imagination. Suppose you and me to be very dear friends, separated by miles of ocean, we will say, and both devoted Sabbath school teachers, isn't that a stretch now? Such being the astonishing case, wouldn't it be pleasant to be at work on the same lesson? Don't you see? Let's play do it. You look up the lesson for next Sabbath, and so will I. Won't that have all the charm of novelty? Then give me the benefit of your ideas acquired on that important subject, and I'll do the same to you. Really, the more I think of it, the more the plan delights me. I wonder how you will carry it out. Shall you go to Sunday school? What will the dear doctor say if he sees you walk into his Bible class? I really wish I were there to enjoy the sensation. Meantime, I'm going to look up an altogether wonderful teacher for myself, and then for comparing notes. My spirits begin to rise. They have been rather damp all the morning, but I see fun in the distance. We are to have a sensation this afternoon in the shape of a troupe of singers called the Tennesseans, negroes, you know, and they are to give slave cabin songs and the like. I expect to enjoy it thoroughly, but you ought to see Ruth curl her aristocratic nose at the thought. Such a vulgar idea, and altogether inappropriate to the occasion. She likes to see things in keeping. If it is a religious gathering, let them keep it such, and not introduce negro minstrels for the sake of calling a low crowd together and making a little more money. Marion, too, shoots arrows from her sharp tongue at it, but she rather enjoys the idea, just as she does every other thing that she chooses to call inconsistent when she happens to be the one to discover it, but woe to the one who comments on it further than she chooses to go. Flossy and I now look with utmost toleration on the dark element that is to be introduced. I tell Ruth that I am really grateful to the authorities for introducing something that a person of my limited capacities can appreciate, and Flossy, with her sweet little charitable voice, has "no doubt they will choose proper things to sing." That little mouse is really more agreeable than she ever was in her life, and I am amazed at it, too. I expected the dear baby would make us all uncomfortable with her finified whims. But don't you think it is our lofty Ruth who is decidedly the most disagreeable of our party, save and except myself. This interesting epistle was brought to a sudden close by an interruption. A gentleman came with rapid steps, and halted before her tent door, which was tied hospitably back. "I beg pardon," he said, speaking rapidly, "but is this Miss Rider?" "It is not," Eurie answered, with promptness at which information he looked surprised and bewildered. "Isn't this her tent? I am sorry to trouble you, but I have been sent in haste for her. She is wanted for a consultation, and I was told I would find her here. Perhaps I might leave a message with you for her?" "It certainly isn't her tent," Eurie said, trying to keep down the desire to laugh, "and I haven't the least idea where she is. I should be glad to give her your message if I could, but I never saw the lady in my life, and have no reason to expect that pleasure." Whereupon her questioner laughed outright. "That is a dilemma," he said. "I appreciate your feelings, for I am precisely in the same position. But the lady was described minutely to me, and I certainly thought I had found her. I am sorry to have interrupted you," and he bowed himself away. A new curiosity seized upon Eurie, the desire to see Miss Rider. "She must be one of them," she soliloquized, falling into Flossy's way of speaking of the workers at Chautauqua. "He said she was wanted for a consultation. I wonder if she can be one of those who are to take part in the primary exercises? She must be young for such prominent work if she looks like me. But how would he know that since he never saw her? It is very evident that I am to go to Sunday school next Sabbath anyhow, if I never did before, for now I have 2 items of interest to look up: a lesson that is in the 5th chapter, from the 5th to the 15th verse of something, and a being called Miss Rider. So thinking, she hastily concluded and folded her letter, ready for the afternoon mail, without a thought or care as to the seed that she had been sending away in it, or as to the fruit it might bear, without the slightest insight into the way she was being led through seeming mistakes and accidents up to a point that was to influence all her future. End of chapter 13. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 14 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 14. The New Lesson. Eurie turned her pillow, thumped the scant feathers into little heaps, and gave a dismal groan as she laid her head back on it. "It's very queer," she said, "that as soon as ever I made up my mind to be orthodox, and go to meeting every time the bell rings, I should be dumped into a heap on this hard bed with the headache. I haven't had a touch of it before." "The way of transgressors is hard," quoted Marion, going on calmly with her writing. "If you hadn't taken that horrid tramp yesterday instead of going to meeting like a Christian, you would have been all right to day." "I believe you sit up nights to read your Bible, so as to have verses to fling at people who are overtaken in any possible trial or inconvenience. You always have them ready. Didn't you bring it with you, and don't you prepare a list for each day's use?" This was Eurie's half merry, half petulant reply to the Bible verse that had been flung at her. Marion carefully erased a word that seemed to her fastidious taste too inexpressive before she answered: "I don't own such an article as a Bible, my child, so your suspicions are entirely unfounded. My early education was not defective in that respect, however, and I confess that I find many verses that seem to very aptly describe the ways of sinful mortals like yourself." Eurie raised herself on one elbow, regardless of headache and the cloth wet in vinegar that straightway fell off. "You don't own a Bible!" she said in utter surprise, and with a touch of actual dismay in her voice. "I am depraved to that degree, my dear little saint. I conclude that you are more devoutly inclined, and have one of your own. Pray, how many chapters a day do you read in it?" Eurie lay down again, and Flossy came with the vinegar cloth and bound it securely on her forehead. "I don't read it very often, to be sure," Eurie murmured. "In fact, I suppose I may as well say that I never do. But then I own one, and always have. I am not a heathen, and really and truly it seems almost queer not to have a Bible of one's own. It is a sort of mark of civilization, you know." Marion laughed good naturedly. "I never make a great deal of pretense in that line," she said gayly. "As for being a heathen, that is only a relative term. According to Dr. Calkins, they were more or less in advance of us. I am one of the advanced sort. Ruth, your toilet ought to be nearly completed. I hear that indefatigable bell." "You are very foolish not to go this morning and let your writing wait. We shall be certain to have something worth listening to. It is a strange time to select for absence." This was Ruth's quiet answer, as she pinned her lace ruffle with a gleaming little diamond. "Diligent in business. There is another verse for you, my heathen," Marion said, with a merry glance toward Eurie. "When you get home and get the dust of years swept off from your Bible, you take a look at it, and see if I have not quoted correctly. And a good, sensible verse it is. I have found it the only way in which to keep my head above water. Ruthie, the trouble is not with me, it lies with those selfish and obstinate newspaper men. If they would have the sense to let their papers wait over another day, I could go to the lecture this morning. As it is, I am a victim to their indifference. If I miss a blessing, the sin will be at their door, not mine." Eurie opened her heavy eyes and looked at Flossy. "Come," she said, "don't stand there mopping me in vinegar any longer. Are you ready? I am really disappointed. I've always wanted to hear that man. I want to tell Nell about him." Flossy washed her hands, shook back the yellow curls with an indifferent and preoccupied air, and went to the door to wait for Ruth. She had taken no part in the war of words that had been passing between Marion and Eurie, but she had heard; and like almost everything else that she heard during these days, it had awakened a new thought and desire. Flossy was growing amazed at herself. It seemed to her that she must have spent her 17 years of life taking long naps, and this Chautauqua was a stiff breeze from the ocean that was going to shake her awake. The special thought that had dashed itself at her this morning was that she, too, had no Bible. Not that she did not own one, elegantly done in velvet and clasped in gold, so effectually clasped that it had been sealed to her all her life. She positively had no recollection of having ever sat down deliberately to read the Bible. She had "looked over" occasionally in school, but even this service of her eyes had been fitful and indifferent; and as for her head paying any sort of attention to the reading, it might as well have been done in Greek instead of French, which language she but dimly comprehended even when she tried. But now she ought to have a Bible. She ought not to wait for that velvet covered one. A whole week in which to find what some of her orders were, and no way in which to find them. Of course she could buy one, but how queer it would seem to be going to the museum to make a purchase of a Bible. "They will wonder why I did not bring my own," she murmured, with that lifelong deference that she had educated herself to pay to the "they" who composed her world. And in another instance the newborn feeling of respect and independence asserted itself. "I can't help that," she said positively, shaking her curls with a determined air. "And it really makes no difference what anybody thinks. Of course I must have a Bible, and I only wish I had it for this morning. I shall certainly get one at the first opportunity." Then she turned and said good morning to the pretty little lady who occupied the tent next door, and between whom and herself a pleasant acquaintance was springing up. "Are you going to the lecture?" Flossy asked, and the small lady shook her head with a wistful air. "Dear me, no. My young tyrant wouldn't consent to that. I meant to take him down with me and try him, but he has gone to sleep; and it is just as well, for he would have been certain to want to do all the talking. He has no idea that there is any one in the country who knows quite as much as he does." It was said in a half complaining tone, but underneath it was the foundation of tender pride, that showed her to be the vain mother of the handsome tyrant. Still it seemed to be Flossy's duty to condole with her. "You miss most of the meetings, do you not?" "Three-fourths of them. You see it is inconvenient to have a husband who is a reporter for the press, and who must be there to hear. It is only when he must write up his notes for publication that I can get a chance. And even then, unless it's baby's sleepy time, it does me no good. I am especially sorry this morning, for Dr. Cuyler used to be my pastor. He married me one summer morning just like this, and I haven't laid eyes on him since. I should like to hear his voice again, but it can't be done." Now who would have imagined that, with all the powers that were bestirring themselves to come to Flossy's education, it would have been a rosy, crowing baby, in the unconsciousness of a morning nap, that should have given her her first lesson in unselfishness? Yet he was the very one. It flashed over Flossy in an instant from some source. Who was so likely to have suggested it as the sweet angel who hovered over the sleeping darling? "Oh, Mrs. Adams, let me stay with baby, and you go to hear Cuyler. It is a real pity that you should miss him, when he is associated with your life in this way. I never saw him, and though, of course, I should like to, yet I presume there will be opportunities enough. I will be as careful of baby as if he were my grandson, and if he wakens I will charm him out of his wits, so that it will never occur to him to cry." Of course there was demurring and profuse expressions of thanks and declinatures all in a breath. But Flossy was so winning, so eager, so thoroughly in earnest; and the little Mrs. Adams did so love her old pastor, and did feel so anxious to see him again, that in a very short time she was beguiled into going in all haste to her tent to make a go-to-meeting toilet. And a blessed thing it was that that sentence does not mean at Chautauqua what it does in Buffalo, or Albany, or a few other places, else Dr. Cuyler might have slipped from them before the necessary articles were all in array. It involved simply the twitching off of a white apron, the settling of a pretty sun hat, for the sun actually shone, and the seizure of a waterproof, needed, if she found a seat, to protect her from the damp boards; needed in any case, because in 5 minutes it might rain, and she was ready. Ruth came to the door. "Come, Flossy," she said. "Where in the world are you? We shall be late," and said it precisely as though she had been waiting for that young person for half an hour. Flossy emerged from the adjoining tent. "I am not going," she said. "I have turned nurse girl, and have the sweetest little baby in here that ever grew. Mrs. Adams is going in my place. Mrs. Adams, Miss Erskine." And as those two ladies walked away together Mrs. Adams might have been heard to say: "What a lovely, unselfish disposition your friend has. It was so beautiful in her to take me so by storm this morning. I am afraid I was very selfish, which is apt to be the case, I think, when one comes in contact with actual unselfishness. It is one of the Christian graces that is very hard to cultivate, anyway. Don't you think so?" Ruth was silent, not from discourtesy, but from astonishment. It was such a strange experience to hear anyone speak of Flossy Shipley as unselfish. In truth, she had grown up under influences that had combined to foster the most complete and tyrannical selfishness, exercised in a pretty winning sort of way, but rooted and grounded in her very life. So indeed was Ruth's, but she, of course, did not know that, though she had clear vision for the mote in Flossy's eyes. Meantime Marion had stayed her busy pen and was biting the end of it thoughtfully. The two tents were such near neighbors that the latter conversation and introduction had been distinctly heard. She glanced around to the girl on the bed. "Eurie," she said, "are you asleep, or are you enjoying Flossy's last new departure?" Eurie giggled. "I heard," she said. "The lazy little mouse has slipped out of a tedious hour, and has a chance to lounge and read a pleasant novel. I dare say the mother is provided with them." Then Marion, after another thoughtful pause: "But, my child, how do you account for the necessity of going to the neighbors and taking the supervision of a baby in order to do that? Flossy need not have gone to church if she didn't choose." "Yes, she did. Don't you suppose the child can see that it is the fashion of the place? She is afraid that it wouldn't look well to stay in the tent and lounge, without an excuse for doing so. If that girl could only go to a place where it was the fashion for all people to be good, she would be a saint just because they were." "She would have to go to heaven," muttered Marion, going on with her writing. "And, according to you, there is no such place, so there is no hope for her after all. Oh dear! I wonder if you are right, and nothing is of any consequence anyhow." And the weary girl turned on her pillow and tried not to think, an effort that was hard to accomplish after a week's experience at Chautauqua. Flossy sat herself down beside the sleeping darling, and cast about her for something to amuse or interest, her eyes brightening into beauty as she recognized a worn and torn copy of the Bible. Eurie would have been surprised to see the eagerness with which she seized upon the book that was to afford her entertainment. She turned the leaves tenderly, with a new sense of possession about her. This Bible was a copy of letters that had been written to her, words spoken, many of them, by Jesus himself. Strange that she had so little idea what they were! Marion, with her boasted infidel notions, knew much more about the book than Flossy with her nominal education and belief. She had no idea where to turn or what to look for to help her. Yet she turned the leaves slowly, with a delicious sense of having found a prize. A book of instructions, a guide book for her on this journey that she was just beginning to realize that she was taking. Somewhere within it she would find light and help. The book was one that had been much used, and had a fashion of opening of itself at certain places that might have been favorites with the little mother. At one of those places Flossy halted and read: "After this there was a feast of the Jews." "After what, I wonder?" she said within herself. She knew nothing about it. "Never mind, I will see pretty soon. This is about a feast where Jesus was. And Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Oh, how nice to have been there, wherever that was." The ignorant little thing had not the least idea where Jerusalem was, except that it was in that far away, misty Holy Land that had seemed as vague and indefinite to her as the grave or as heaven. But there came suddenly to her heart a certain blessed analogy. "If I were going to write an account of my recent experiences to some dear friend that I wanted to tell it to," she said, talking still to herself, or to the sleeping baby, "I would write it something like this: 'After this,' that would mean, let me see what it would mean. Why, after that party at home, when I danced all night and was sick. After this there was a feast of the Christian people at Chautauqua, and Jesus went there. I would certainly write that, for I have seen him and heard him speak in my very heart." Then she went on, through the second verse to the third: "In these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, halt, withered, waiting for the moving of the water." And here a great swell of tears literally blinded her eyes. It came to her so suddenly, so forcibly. The great multitude here at Chautauqua, blind. Yes, some of them. Was not she? How many more might there be? Many of whom she knew, others that she did not know, but that Jesus did. waiting without knowing that they were waiting. With tears and smiles, and with a new great happiness throbbing at her heart, she read through the sweet, simple, wonderful story, how the poor man met Jesus, how he questioned, how the man complained, and how Jesus was greater than his infirmity. Through the whole of it, until suddenly she closed the book, her tears dried, and a solemn, wondering, almost awestruck look on her face. She had got her lesson, her directions, her example. She could bear no more, even of the Bible, just then. She said it over, that startling verse that came to her with a whole volume of suggestion. And the man departed, and told the Jews that it was Jesus which had made him whole. End of chapter 14. Recording by TriciaG. Chapter 15 of 4 Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 15. Great Men. Ruth Erskine, with her skirts gathered daintily around her, to avoid contact with the unclean earth, made her way skillfully through the crowd, and with the aid of a determined spirit and a camp chair, secured a place and a seat very near the stand. The little lady who timidly followed in her lead was not quite so fortunate, inasmuch as she had no camp chair, and was less resolved in her determination to get ahead of those who had arrived earlier. So she contented herself with a damp seat on the end of a board, which was vacated for her use by a courteous gentleman. Ruth, you must understand, was not selfish in this matter because she had planned to be, but simply because it had never occurred to her to be otherwise, which is one of the misfortunes that come to people who are educated in a selfish atmosphere. Ruth Erskine had come to this meeting fully prepared to enjoy it. Dr. Cuyler was a star of sufficient magnitude to attract her. During her frequent visits to New York she had heard much of, but had never seen him. The people whom she visited were too elegant in their views and practices to have much in common with the church which was so pronounced on the two great questions of religion and temperance. Yet even with them, Dr. Cuyler and Dr. Cuyler's great church were eccentricities to be tolerated, not ignored. Therefore Ruth had had it in her heart to enjoy listening to him some time. The sometime had arrived. She had dressed herself with unusual care, a ceremony which seemed to be quite in the background among the people who were at home at Chautauqua. But someway it seemed to Ruth that the great Brooklyn pastor should receive this mark of respect at her hands. So she had spent the morning at her toilet, and was now a fashionable lady, fashionably attired for church. If the people who vouchsafed her a glance as she crowded past indulged, some of them, in a smile at her expense, and thought the simple temple made of trees and grasses an inappropriate surrounding to her silken robes and costly lace mantle, she was none the wiser for that, you know, and took her seat, indifferent to them all, except that presently there stole over her the sense of disagreeable incongruity with her outdoor surroundings. So Satan had the pleasure of ruffling her spirits and occupying her thoughts with her rich brown silk dress, instead of letting her heart be touched with the solemnity and beauty of the grand hymn which rolled down those long aisles. Satan has that everlasting weapon, what to wear and what not to wear, everlastingly at command and wonderfully under his control. But Ruth, in her way, was strong-minded and could control her thoughts when she chose, so she presently shook off the feeling of annoyance and decided to give herself up to the influences of the hour. By this time Dr. Cuyler appeared and was introduced. Ruth gave him the benefit of a very searching gaze, and decided that he was the very last man of all those on the platform whom she would have selected as the speaker. Probably if Dr. Cuyler had known this, and known also that his personal presence entirely disappointed her, he would not have been greatly disconcerted thereby. But his subject was one that found an answering thrill in this young lady's heart. Some talks I have had with great men. Ruth liked greatness. In her calm, composed way she bowed before it. She would have enjoyed being great. Celebrity in a majestic, dignified form would have been her delight. She by no means admitted this, as Eurie Mitchell so often did. She by no means sought after it in the small ways within her reach. Small ways did not suit her; they disgusted her. But if she could have flashed into splendid greatness, if by any amount of laborious study, or work, or suffering, she could have seen the way to world wide renown, she would have grasped for it in an instant. The next best thing to being renowned one's self was to have renowned people for friends. This was another thing that Ruth coveted in silence. She wanted no one to know how earnestly she aspired to, sometime, making the acquaintance of some of the great people; not the vulgarly great, those who were in a sense, and in the eyes of a few, great because of the accidents of fortune and travel. She knew such by the scores. Indeed, she had been in circles many a time where she shone with that sort of greatness herself. Perhaps it was for that reason that it was such a despised height to her. But she meant the really great people of this world; people of power, people who moved the masses by the force of their brains. Not one such had she ever met to look upon as an acquaintance; and here was this man telling off the honored names by the score, and saying, "My friend Dr. Guthrie," "My good friend Thomas Carlyle," "My dear brother Newman Hall." How would it seem to stand in intimate relationship with one single gifted mind like these, and was she destined ever to know by actual experience? There was another reason why Ruth had desired to choose Dr. Cuyler to listen to rather than some other names on the program, because, from the nature of his subject, she had judged it most unlikely that he should have about him any arrows that would touch home to her. Not that she put it in that language; she did not admit even to herself that any of the solemn words that had been spoken at Chautauqua had reference to her; and yet in a vague, fitful way she was ill at ease. She had moments of feeling that there was a reach of happiness possessed by these people of which she knew nothing. Little side thrusts had come to her from time to time, in places where she least expected them. That question asked by Flossy during her night of unrest, "Should you be afraid to die?" hovered around this quietly poised young lady in a most unaccountable manner. All the more persistently did it cling because she could not shake it off with the thought that it was silly. Common sense told her that the strange, solemn shadow which came so steadily after men, and so surely enveloped one after another among the grandest intellects that the world owned, was not a thing to pass over lightly. After all, why should she not be afraid of death? Then that strange gentleman who had persisted in ranking her among the praying people. He had left his shadow. Why did she not pray? She wondered over this in a vague sort of way; wondered how it seemed to kneel down alone, and speak to an invisible presence; wondered if those who so knelt always felt as though they were really speaking to God. There were times when Ruth was exceedingly disgusted with these perplexing thoughts, and wanted nothing so much as to get away from them. She resented this intrusion upon her quiet. This day was one of those in which she was impatient of all these things, and she had made her toilet with great satisfaction, and said within herself complacently, "We are to have 1 hour at last devoted to this mundane sphere and the mortals who inhabit it. Most of the time these Chautauquans talk and act as though earth was only a railroad station, where people changed cars and went on to heaven. Dr. Cuyler is going to refresh us with some actual living specimens of humanity. He can't make a sermon out of that subject if he tries." But Ruth Erskine had not measured the power of the earnest preachers of Jesus Christ. As if Dr. Cuyler could talk for an hour to thousands of immortal souls, and leave Christ and heaven and immortality out. To Ruth these 3 words constituted a sermon, and she got them that day. Not that he had an idea that he was preaching Christ, except incidentally, as a man refers almost unconsciously to the one whom he loves best in all the world, but Ruth knew he was. It came in little sudden touches when she least expected it, when heart and soul were wrought upon with some strong enthusiasm by the splendid picture of a splendid man, as when he told of Spurgeon. It was a glowing description, such as thrilled Ruth, and made her feel that to have just one glimpse of that great man, with his great marvelous power over humanity, would be worth a lifetime. Suddenly the speaker said, "The secret of that man's power lies, first, in his study of the Bible." Ruth started and came down like a bombshell from her wondrous height. The Bible, copies of which lay carelessly on every table of her father's elegantly furnished house, unstudied and unthought of. How very strange to ascribe the power of the great intellect to the study of one book that was more or less familiar to every Sunday school boy. Second, in short, simple, homely language. Ruth smiled now. Dr. Cuyler was growing absurd, as if it were not the most common thing in the world to use simple, homely language. No Spurgeons could be manufactured in that way, she was sure. Third, mighty earnestness to save souls. Here was a point concerning which Ruth knew nothing. Dr. Cuyler's manner put tremendous force into the forceful words, and carried conviction with them. She wondered how a really mighty earnestness to save souls made a man appear. She wondered whether she had ever seen such a one. She went rapidly over the list of her acquaintances in the church. She smiled to herself a sarcastic, contemptuous smile. She had met them all at parties, concerts, festivals, and the like. She had seen them on occasions when nothing seemed to possess them but to have a good time like the rest of the world. Like the rest of the world, Ruth reasoned and decided from her chance meetings with the outside life of these Christians, forgetting that she had never seen one of them in their closets before God. Rather, she knew nothing about these closets, nor the experiences learned there, and could only reason from outside life. This being the case, what a pity that her verdict of those lives should have called forth only that contemptuous smile. Wandering off in this train of thought, she lost the speaker's next point, but was called back by his solemn, ringing close. Put these together, melt them down with the love of Christ, and you have a Spurgeon. God be thanked for such a piece of handwork as he. Another start and another retrospect. Did she know any people who put these together, who made a real, earnest, constant study of the Bible as schoolgirls learned their Latin grammars, and who were really eager to save souls because they had the love of Christ in their hearts, and who said so in plain, simple language? Does he, I wonder? She said to herself. I wonder if his sermons sound like that. I should like to hear him preach just once. Oh dear, if he isn't running off to Moody and Sankey! It is a sermon after all. On the whole, Ruth was disgusted. Her brain was in a whirl. She was being compelled to hear sermons on every hand. She was sick of it. They had been great men of whom she had heard, and she admired them all. She wanted the secret of their power, but she didn't want it to be made out of such commonplace material as was in the hands of every child. She did not know what she wanted, only that she had come out to be entertained and to revel in her love of heroes, and she had been pinned down to the one thought that real men were made of those who found their power in their Bible and on their knees. The solemn, earnest, tender closing to this address did not lessen her sense of discomfort. Then just beside her was carried on a conversation that added to her annoyance. "They are big men," a man said. He was dressed in a common business suit. His linen had not the exquisite freshness about it that her fastidious eyes delighted in. His hands looked as though they might have been used to work that was rough and hard. His straggling hair was sprinkled with gray, and there was not a striking feature about him. "They are big men," he said, "and I've no doubt it is a big thing to know them, and talk with them, and have a friendly feeling for each, as if they belonged to him, but he knows a bigger one than them, and the best of it is, so do we. The Lord Jesus Christ, our elder brother, is not to be compared to common men like these." And now Ruth's lips curled utterly. She was an aristocrat without knowing it. She believed in Christianity, and in its power to save the poor and the commonest, but this insufferable assumption of dignity and superiority over the rest of the world, as she called it, was hateful to her in the extreme. It would have startled her exceedingly to have been told that she was angry with the man for presuming to place his friend higher in the list of great ones than any of those given that day. And yet such was actually her feeling. She swept her skirts angrily away from contact with the man, and spoke so crustily to the little lady who had come in her wake that she moved timidly away. Just at her left were two gentlemen shaking hands. Both had been on the stand together, she knew the faces of both, and one ranked just a trifle higher in her estimation than any one at Chautauqua. She edged a little nearer. She lived in the hope of making the acquaintance of some of these lights, just enough acquaintance to receive a bow and a clasp of the hand, though how one could accomplish it who was determined that her interest in them should never be seen nor suspected, it would be hard to say. But they were talking in eager, hearty tones, not at all as if their words were confidential, at least she might have the benefit of them. "That was a capital lecture," the older of the two was saying. "Cuyler has had great advantages in his life in meeting on a familiar footing so many of our great men. When you get thinking of these things, and of the many men whom you would like to know intimately, what is the thought that strikes you most forcibly?" "That I am glad I belong to the royal family, and have the opportunity of knowing intimately and holding close personal relations with him who spake as never man spake," the other answered in a rare, rich tone of suppressed jubilance of feeling. "Exactly," his friend said. "And when you can leave the fullness of that thought long enough to take another, there is the looking forward to actual fellowship and communion not only with him, but with all these glorious men who are living here, and who have gone up yonder." Ruth turned abruptly away. The very thought that possessed the heart of the plain looking man, and that so annoyed her; and these two, whom to know was an honor, were looking forward to that consummation as the height of it all. Chapter 16 of Four Girls at Chautauqua. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Four Girls at Chautauqua by Pansy. Chapter 16. A War of Words. "Well, why not?" she said, as she went slowly down the aisle. Of course all these people would be in heaven together, and why should they not look forward to a companionship untrammeled by earthly forms and conventionalities, and unencumbered by the body in its present dull and ponderous state? What a chance to get into the best society! The highest circle! Real best, too, not made up of money, or blood, or dress, or any of the flimsy and silly barriers that fenced people in and out now. Then at once she felt her own inconsistency in growing disgusted with the plainly dressed, common looking man. If he did really belong to that royal family, why not rejoice over it? Wasn't she the foolish one? She by no means liked these reflections, but she could not get away from them. "How do you do?" said a clear, round voice behind her, not speaking to her, but to some one whom he was very glad to see, judging from his tone. And the voice was peculiar. She had been listening to it for an hour, and could not be mistaken. It belonged to Dr. Cuyler himself. She turned herself suddenly. Here was a chance for a nearer view, and to see who was being greeted so heartily. It was the little lady whose society had been thrust upon her that morning by Flossy, and they were shaking hands as though they were old and familiar acquaintances. "It is good to see your face again," that same hearty voice which seemed to have so much good fellowship in it was saying. "I didn't know you were to be here. I'm real glad to see you again. And what about the husband and the dear boy?" At which point it occurred to Miss Ruth Erskine that she was listening to conversation not designed for her ears. She moved away suddenly, in no way comforted or sweetened as to her temper by this episode. Why should that little bit of an insignificant woman have the honor of such a cordial greeting from the great man, while he did not even know of her existence? To be sure, Dr. Cuyler had baptized and received into church fellowship, and united in marriage, the little woman with whom he was talking; but Ruth, even if she had known these circumstances, was in no mood to attach much importance to them. She wandered away from the crowd down by the lakeside. She stopped at Jerusalem on her way, and poked her parasol listlessly into the sand of which the hills lying about that city were composed, and thought: what silly child's play all this was! How absurd to suppose that people were going to get new ideas by playing at cities with bits of painted board and piles of sand. Even if they could get a more distinct notion of its surroundings, what difference did it make how Jerusalem looked, or where it stood, or what had become of the buildings? This last, as it began dimly to dawn upon her, that it was useless to deny the fact that even such listless and disdainful staring as she had vouchsafed to this make-believe city had located it, as it had not been located before, in her brain. When she produced the flimsy question, "What difference does it make?" you can see at once the absurd mood that had gotten possession of her, and you lose all your desire to argue with any one who feels as foolish as that. Nor had Ruth any desire to argue with herself. She was disgusted with her mind for insisting on keeping her up to a strain of thought. "Lovely place to rest," she said, aloud and indignantly, giving a more emphatic poke with her parasol, and quite dislodging one of the buildings in Jerusalem. "One's brain is just kept at high pressure all the time." Now, why this young lady's brain should have been in need of rest she did not take the trouble to explain, even to herself. She sat herself down presently under one of the trees by the lake side and gave herself up to plans. She was tired of Chautauqua, of that she was certain. It stirred her up, and the process was uncomfortable. Her former composed life suited her taste better. She must get away. There was no earthly reason why she should not go at once to Saratoga. A host of friends were already there, and certain other friends would be only too glad to follow as soon as ever they heard of her advent in that region. Before she left that rustic settee under the trees she had the program all arranged. "We will get through to-morrow as best we can," she said, sighing over the thought that to-morrow being the Sabbath would perforce be spent there. "And then on Monday morning Flossy and I will just run away to Saratoga and leave those two absurd girls to finish their absurd scheme in the best way they can." And having disposed of Flossy as though she were a bit of fashionable merchandise without any volition of her own, Ruth felt more composed and went at once to dinner. There came an astonishing interference to this planning from no other than Flossy herself. To the utter amazement of each of the girls, she quietly refused to be taken to Saratoga; nor did she offer any other excuse for this astonishing piece of self-assertion than that she was having a good time and meant to finish it. And to this she adhered with a pertinacity that was very bewildering, because it was so very new. Marion laughed over her writing, to which she had returned the moment dinner was concluded. "That is right, Flossy," she said. "I'm glad to see Chautauqua is having an effect of some sort on one of us. You are growing strong-minded. Mind isn't a bad thing to have. Keep to yours. Ruth, I am astonished at you. I shall have to confess that you are disappointing me, my child. Now, I rather expected this dear little bit of lace and velvet to give up, conquered, in less than a week, but I said to myself, 'Ruth Erskine has pluck enough to carry her through a month of camp life,' and here you are quenched at the end of 4 days." "It isn't the camp life," Ruth said, irritably. "I am not so much a baby as to care about those things to such a degree that I can't endure them, although everything is disagreeable enough. But that isn't the point at all." Marion turned and looked at her curiously. "What on earth is the point, then? What has happened to so disgust you with Chautauqua?" "The point is that I am tired of it all. It is unutterably stupid. I suppose I have a right to be tired of a silly scheme that ought never to have been undertaken, if I choose to be, have I not, without being called in question by any one?" And feeling more thoroughly vexed, not only with the girls, but with herself, than ever she remembered feeling before, Ruth arose suddenly and sought refuge under the trees outside the tent. Marion maintained a puzzled silence. This was a new phase in Ruth's character, and one hard to manage. Flossy looked on the point of crying. She was not used to crossing the wills of those who had influence over her, but she was very determined as to one thing: she was not going to leave Chautauqua. "Nothing could tempt me to go to Saratoga just now," she said, earnestly. "Why?" asked Marion, and receiving no answer at all, felt that Flossy puzzled her as much as Ruth had done. However, she set herself to work to restore peace. "This letter is done," she said, gayly, folding her manuscript. "It is a perfectly gushing account of yesterday's meeting, for some of which I am indebted to the Buffalo reporters, for I have given the most thrilling parts where I wasn't present. Now I'm going to celebrate. Come in, Ruth, we are of the same mind precisely." I would gladly accompany you on the afternoon train to Saratoga with the greatest pleasure, were it not for certain inconveniences connected with my pocketbook, and a desire to replenish it by writing up this enterprise. But since we can't go to Saratoga, let's you and I go to Mayville. It is a city of several hundred inhabitants, 6 or 8 certainly, I should think. And we can have an immense amount of fun out of the people and the sights this afternoon, and escape the preaching. I haven't got to write another letter until Monday. Come, shall we take the 3 o'clock boat?" Neither of these young ladies could have told what possible object there could be in leaving the lovely woods in which they were camped and going off to the singularly quiet, uninteresting little village of Mayville, except that it was, as they said, a getting away from the preaching, though why 2 young ladies, with first-class modern educations, should find it so important to get themselves away from some of the first speakers in the country, they did not stop to explain even to themselves. However, the plan came to Ruth as a relief, and she unhesitatingly agreed to it; so they went their ways, Flossy to the afternoon meeting, since Eurie declared herself so far convalescent as to be entirely able to remain alone, and the 2 of the party who had prided themselves up to this time on their superiority of intellect down to the wharf to take the boat for Mayville. The ride thither on the lovely lake was almost enough to excuse them for their folly. But the question what to do with themselves afterward was one that burdened them during all that long summer afternoon. They went to the Mayville house and took a walk on the piazza, and the boarders looked at them in curiosity, and wondered if it were really a pleasanter walk than the green fields over at Chautauqua. They ordered dinner, and ate it at the general table with great relish, Ruth rejoicing over this return to civilized life. One episode of the table must be noted. Opposite them sat a gentleman who, either from something in their appearance, or more probably from the reasonable conclusion that all the strangers who had gathered at the quiet little village were in some way associated with the great gathering, addressed them as being part of that great whole. "You people are going to reap a fine harvest pecuniarily to morrow. But how about the 4th commandment? You Christians lay great stress on that document whenever a Sunday reading room or something of that sort is being contemplated, don't you?" The remark was addressed to both of them, but Ruth was too much occupied with the strangeness of the thought that she was again being counted among Christian people to make any answer. Not so Marion. Her eyes danced with merriment, but she answered with great gravity: "We believe in keeping holy the Sabbath day, of course. What has that to do with Chautauqua? Haven't you consulted the program and read, 'No admission at the gates or docks'?" The gentleman smiled incredulously. "I have read it," he said significantly, "and doubtless many believe it implicitly. I hope their faith won't be shaken by hearing the returns from tickets counted over in the evening." There was a genuine flush of feeling on Marion's face now. "Do you mean to say," she asked haughtily, "that you have no faith in the published statement that the gates will be closed, or do you mean that the association have changed their minds? Because if you have heard the latter, I can assure you it is a mistake, as I heard the matter discussed by those in authority this very morning, and they determined to adhere rigidly to the rules." "I have no doubt they will, so far as lies in their power," the gentleman said, with an attempt at courtesy in his manner. "But the trouble is, the thing is absurd on the face of it. If I hold a ticket for an entertainment, which the association have sold to me, it is none of their business on what day I present it, providing the entertainment is in progress. They have no right to keep me out, and they are swindling me out of so much money if they do it." "You have changed your argument," Marion said, with a flash of humor in her eyes. "You were talking about the amount of money that the association were to earn to morrow, not the amount which you were to lose by not being allowed to come in. However, I am willing to talk from that standpoint. If you hold the season ticket of the association, and are stopping outside, you will be admitted, of course. It is held to be as reasonable a way to go to church as though you harnessed your horses at home and drove, on the Sabbath, to your regular place of worship. But you buy no ticket for the Sabbath, and none is received from you; and if you choose not to go, the association neither makes nor loses by the operation, and, so far as money is concerned, is entirely indifferent which you decide to do. What fault can possibly be found with such an arrangement?" "Well," said the gentleman, with a quiet positiveness of tone, "I haven't a season ticket, and I don't mean to buy one, and I mean to go down there to meeting to morrow, and I expect to get in." "I dare say," Marion answered, with glowing cheeks. "The grounds are extensive, you know, and they are not walled in. I haven't the least doubt but that hundreds can creep through the brush, and so have the gospel free. There is something about 'he that climbeth up some other way being a thief and a robber,' but of course the writer could not have had Chautauqua in mind; and even if it applies, it would only be stealing from an association, which is not stealing at all, you know." "You are hard on me," the gentleman said, flushing in his turn, and the listeners, of whom there were many, laughed and seemed to enjoy the flashing of words. "I have no intention of creeping or climbing in. I shall present the same sort of ticket which took me in to day, and if it doesn't pass me I will send you a dispatch to let you know, if you will give me your address." "And if you do get in, and will let me know, I will report at once to the proper authorities that the gatekeepers have been unfaithful to their trust," said Marion, triumphantly. "But, my dear madam, what justice is there in that? I have paid my money, and what business is it to them when I present my ticket? That is keeping me out of my just dues." "Oh, not a bit of it; that is, if you can read, and have, as you admit, read their printed statement that you are not invited to the ground on Sunday. Your 50-cent ticket will admit you on Monday; and you surely will not argue that the association has not a right to limit the number of guests that it will entertain over the Sabbath?" "Yes, I argue that it is their business to let me in whenever I present their ticket." Marion laughed outright. "That is marvelous," she said. "It is wicked for them to receive payment for your coming in on the Sabbath, and it is wicked for them not to let you in on your ticket. Really, I don't see what the association are to do. They are committing sin either way it is put. I see no way out of it but to have refused to sell you any tickets at all. Would that have made it right?" The laugh that was raised over this innocently put question seemed to irritate her new acquaintance. He spoke hastily. "It is a Sabbath-breaking concern, viewed in any light that you choose to put it. There is no sense in holding camp meetings over the Sabbath, and everyone agrees that they have a demoralizing effect." "Do you mean me to understand you to think that the several thousand people who are now stopping at Chautauqua will be breaking the Sabbath by going out of their tents tomorrow and walking down to the public service?" The bit of sophistry in this meekly put question was overlooked, or at least not answered, and the logical young gentleman asked: "If they think Sabbath services in the woods so helpful, why are they not consistent? Let them throw the meeting open for all who wish to come, making the gospel without money and without price, as they pretend it is. Why isn't that done?" "Well, there are at least half a dozen reasons. I wonder you have not thought of one of them. In the first place, that, of course, would tempt to a great deal of Sabbath traveling, a thing which they carefully guard against now by refusing to admit all travelers; and, in the second place, it would give the Chautauqua people a great deal to do in the way of entertaining so large a class of people. As it is, they have quite as much as they care to do to make comfortable the large company who belong to their family. And in the third place, but perhaps you do not care to hear all the reasons?" He ignored this question also, and went back to one of her arguments. "They don't keep travelers away at all, even by your own admission. What is to hinder hundreds of them from coming here to day and buying season tickets in order to get in to morrow?" He had the benefit of a most quizzical glance then from Marion's shining eyes before she answered: "Oh, well, if people are really so hungering and thirsting for the gospel, as it is dispensed at Chautauqua, that they are willing to act a lie, by pretending that they are members who have been and are to be in regular attendance, and then are willing to pay $2.50 for a Sunday meeting, I don't know but I think they ought to be allowed to creep in, don't you?" Chapter 17. Recording by TriciaG.